time. On fire.
Oh my word. Aye. What is going on today?
With a Jack offsuit.
What is going on today?
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does lose some chunk of chips here.
Well, that's going to get DJ Ashley out the way with. So we're going to be flipping. I mean, if AJ can hold here with the jacks, it's pretty much his tournament to lose, right?
Oh man, Barry all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Jack. One of his outs is gone.
Oh, he's doing the stand-up. You did a bit on this.
A stand-up game, impromptu stand-up game. The further you stand away from the table, the higher your equity goes.
I believe it. So, one of the biggest flips this tournament so far.
People cheering for Barry, 161 viewers. Needs to find the ace or the king or will face elimination. Barry with ace king all in for his tournament life. Everyone's saying, in Barry we trust. Barry will win. Barry. Flop king. The chat is going wild as flop comes. Queen, 10-3.
Okay.
Wow, interesting. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Neither player can be dead on the turn. That's the beautiful thing about this board.
It finds the ace. And now, Ace Jack soon needs to find a king and only a king. Set outs are no good. So sick, and that's going to be a massive double for Barry W as the chat goes wild. Picks up king high versus a button open.
Hold up, let Barry cook. Oh wow, Serena's asked for a count. Serena has asked for a count. Serena dominated. Nope. Serena dominated by one hand. Dominates the other. I mean, this if she goes all in, this could be over right here, right now.
Versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, but if she just assumes that Barry's opening super wide, which he should be on the button, and that ace-5 is doing well against the AJ jam. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, Serena's called and left herself with less than 10 bigs. What's Barry going to do? Could be over.
AJ
right
here. AJ here just going, oh dear.
38, okay.
Wow, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three players getting
it's
into
a three-way
this
all-in. Can you imagine to end things up?
All in here for, wow, Barry W and Serena with only 9 big blinds behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. We need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena
spot.
to call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the? Oh my! I don't even know. What an insane hand! 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential 3-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn the 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. Nines full of kings for AJ here, getting a big double. More than a double, as a triple.
Triples up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh, wow.
Chan gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands. If he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win. Absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the queen 4. Rather than waiting. Wow. Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend. Looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes. Wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Off pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hanoi High Roller event. A big congratulations to our final table list. Love to see it. Congrats. And folks, oh boy, do we have a special presentation for you. If you're watching live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, wow, you're not gonna want to tune away. This is amazing. So, you know when you're playing on Natural 8 or you're on GG Poker, and you make that final table, that elusive, sexy final table, and all of a sudden this music starts playing and this animated, entertaining little dancing Elkie appears? Well, we've got Elkie on our final table live tonight here in APT Hanoi for our High Roller event. So we thought what better way to celebrate this final table than with a live, in-person, final table dancing Elkie! Please give it up for Elkie Grospellier! In seat 7 from France, Grospellier, Bertrand Elkie Grospellier with 2 million in chips. One more time for Elkie. What a performance. All right, and let's meet our next players in seat 1, representing Vietnam with 3.5 million in chips. Please give it up for An Nguyen Thi Bao. And please say a big privyet to a Russian player in seat 2, 1.1 million in chips. Please give it up for Russia's Fedor Delov.
And in seat 3, representing India with a massive rail and community behind him. With 2.5 million in chips. Give it up for Ashish Munot! And right here, right now, folks, please give it up for seat 4. Seat 4 with 870,000 in chips, representing the home game advantage right here in Vietnam, An Nyo Koa. And representing down under seat 5, 710,000. Lights up the room. You can hear him coming from a mile away. Please give it up for Dylan Wayne Foster. All right, and representing the United Kingdom with just over 1 million in chips, we've got seat 6 from the UK. Please give it up for John Pantaleon Bonadies. And let's add one more Vietnamese player to our roster in seat 8 here, folks. 2.8 million in chips, representing Vietnam, Nguyen Ngoc Dai. And last but not least, representing in seat 9 with 1.8 million in chips. Give it up for Russia's Lev Kaidato. And folks, please give it one more time for your final 9 players of the APT High Roller event.
Well, if that did not get you hyped up for this final table, I don't know what will. We are here coming to you live from Hanoi, closing out our summer series with this epic high roller, playing down to the winner, who will be rewarded 2.7 billion Vietnamese dong. One of these 9 players who just got introduced perfectly, I might add, by Mr. Greg Goes All In, including the man, the myth, the legend, the poker icon, Elky himself, in seat 7, a healthy stack of chips. I am super excited to see Elky at an APT final table after all the support he's shown, and he has just been crushing it. 8 other competitors, and the diversity, something I always go back to. 3 Vietnamese players, 2 Russian players, 1 Indian, 1 Australian, 1 Brit, and 1 Elky from France. This is going to be an epic final table. We have grinded our way down here from 46 players at the start of day 2 down to the final 9. Once again, my name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined by Stephen Lai. Stephen, if you cannot sense my excitement, let me hear it. Let me hear some excitement in your voice as well.
Well, I'm very excited because I learned something new today. Today I learned that Elky is a nation of his own. You know, you're introducing all the players, saying he's from the UK, he's from Vietnam, and that's Elky from Elky. You know, that's something I didn't know.
I mean, just look at the
thought
map.
I thought he was just a good poker player. Didn't know he was a sovereign, master.
He certainly has the vibe of his own nation, his own orbit. Just look at his outfit, look at his vibe, look at his hair. I mean, I am openly fanboying, and more so I'm just excited to see him at the final table. But that does not take away from these other 8 competitors who have absolutely crushed opponents on their way to this final table. Looking at one of them right now, Fedor Dedalov. That is seat 2, the player from Russia, perhaps the most active player across both days of this event. We will be, of course, telling you more and more about each of the players. Let me just recount what we are playing for. I mentioned 2.7 billion up top. That's good for 114,000 US dollars. 1.8 billion to second place. That's 77,000 US dollars. 1.2 billion VND in third. That's 52,000 US dollars. A 4th billionaire, or almost 997 million VND. That's about 42,000 US dollars. All the way down to 9th place. Each of these players guaranteed 269 million VND. That's about 11,000 US dollars. So here we are. 9-handed this final table. Yes, this event was 8 max, but the final table gets 9-handed. Once we get down back to 8-handed, we'll just do a small reset for the RFID table. But we are off to the races here. The players are certainly hyped after that amazing intro, but they're also super focused. They have grinded 9 hours just today and are kicking off this final table. I do want to remind our viewers, we have reset the blinds such that the average stack is 30 big blinds. That meant we rolled back 1 level. So we are looking at some serious poker, not just some shove fest, not some short stack ninja strategy. We're here to play.
Well, I'm going to explain here quickly, because for an 8-handed event or for a 6-handed event, you usually have the final table with an odd number, because otherwise you'll be, if you had 9-handed, you'll be 5 and 4 on 2 tables, and that's slightly unfair on the table with fewer players. Same with the 6 max. When you're down to 3 and 4, 2 tables of 3 and 4, and it's just really unfair on the table of 3. So for a 6 max event, the final table will be, the table will be merged when 7 players are left, and the same with an 8 max event where 9 players are left. But the official final table, strictly speaking, should be the last 8, I guess.
Makes sense, makes sense. And I think we might see some action already. Nok has found pocket 9s under the gun +1. He is the local Vietnamese player from on seat 8 rather. Has over $300,000 in live tournament earnings. His biggest score is actually a massive one just a month and a half ago, 127,000. Looking to almost match that just a month later. I mean, what a spot, what a year he's having.
Lovely, lovely stuff. And, very legitimate. Or UTG +1 opening with pocket 9s. Healthy stack, 44 big blinds. He's not doing anything wrong.
You've been tracking the action all day in the booth, Stephen. Are there any storylines we need to be mindful of here?
Well, I think Dylan is actually surprisingly tight for someone to talk so much. So he's actually playing his range quite snug. He's not like a spewy kind of character. Elky, really gave us a masterclass in how to nurse a short stack and kind of chipping up. He's done very well. Fado, on the other hand, never gave up. He was raising a lot of aggression, and then he had his ups and downs, and then he's at the final table in for a shout.
Yeah, you mentioned Elky. He was nursing a short stack early on in the day as well, and that is really the mark of a true professional or true studied player, just playing perfectly at every stack depth, constantly adjusting to not only their own stack depth, but perhaps the dynamics on the table. We saw Elky actually make an all-in shove with the King-9 suited once we had reached the final table, on the final table bubble, so to speak. One of those many exploits he has up his sleeves, I'm sure, and I'm looking forward to see what he does on this final table.
Well, I think a few hands before that, he picked up pocket aces as well. So, a true sign of a pro, when you need a double up, you have a premium hand.
Pure skill.
No doubt about it. Ace King from the cutoff. I call him NGO Ang, is open with the Ace King off from the cutoff. Elky big blind is a very straightforward defend with Queen 4 suited. Let's see the flop.
And
the
by
flop
the way,
comes.
One of the 2 shortest stacks at this table, 870k, and has just smashed the flop. And Elky does have the flush draw as well. I was about to mention, with 870k, only 12 big blinds left in his stack. Checks and traps in position. 10 of diamonds on the turn gives Elky the straight draw as well.
Elky is just checking so fast. Give me a free card. Give me another free card, please.
And might Elky want to step up the aggression here, considering the check on the flop? He has all kinds of draws, a combo draw.
Yeah. But a bet of 100k, yeah.
Elky has effectively committed himself against the stack of An, and An has the goods here. The only question is whether he wants to trap and string along Elky's bluff or get it all in right now against all the possible draws, considering Elky is committed. The check on
So
the
we're at
flop.
the final table. We're at the final table where, you know, before there were 2 tables and then a bit of tanking, thinking about ICM laddering, you know, was necessary. And now we're at the final table. We're seeing what everyone is doing. So Elke
Well,
is caught off
An
with the
says
flush
no
draw.
ICM for me. I'm all in with top 2. Elke has to call it off with all the draws that he has here. And we are off to some sort of a race. 25% equity for Elke. And the player at risk. Could be the first one out. If we can hit a heart or a jack on the river. Big river coming up for An and his dream to win this tournament.
Ooh,
I believe the floor has been called to announce, man, the tensions are high. And now it's almost like a squeeze on the river. Imagine the nerves that An is going through.
you played too much natural 8 here.
You have to.
You know, that's one thing. I don't have many complaints about natural 8, but I find that really annoying, the little squeeze at the end. Just get on with it.
Well, my thoughts exactly for right now. My tensions are high. I can only imagine An.
Yeah. Okay.
Elke would be pretty crippled if he was to lose this. Came in with a very healthy stack of 2 million. Had to call off after he committed himself with the check raise. Would be down to 1.1 million, good for 18 bigs.
Well, thankfully they winded back the clock 1 level. Otherwise, it would be in very deep trouble.
Looking for a heart or a jack. Otherwise, An doubles up. Here we go. An absolute brick. Top 2 holds up. And An is looking at a huge stack all of a sudden. It came in as one of the 2 shortest stacks. Now only Dylan Foster is the shortest stack at this table, about 12 bigs for Dylan. And there we see it, not just the stacks, but also the flags I keep talking about. The bottom flag, I believe, is missing. That would be a Russian flag as well for Mr. Lev. 2 Russians, as I mentioned, 3 local players, Vietnamese heroes in the making. Ashish Manod, C3 from India. Dylan Foster from Australia in the middle of your screen right now. The player racking up his chips, one of those Vietnamese players. We also have John Bonadies from the UK. Elke from France, or Elke from Elke, as I like to say. Love to see the diversity. Not just from Asia this time around, but the UK, excuse me. UK, France, of course, Elke, Russia as well.
Well, you know, I was talking to you about this yesterday. You know, I really felt the event we're watching right now in Hanoi is even more international than the event I went to in Taipei.
Certainly seems that way with every table that we have covered, including feature tables and final tables. And how about all the people joining us in chat? Hello, firstly, thank you for joining the new stream. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for participating in the Asian poker boom, as we like to call it. Let us know who you're supporting. I'm sure the final tablists sent out a couple of links, WhatsApps, lines here and there, saying, hey, I'm about to win big. Why don't you watch and rail me? Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know any stories you might know about them. Perhaps friends and family watching.
But also tell us where you're watching from. You know, are you watching from Hong Kong? Or from the UK or India? Perhaps you're supporting a Vietnamese player watching from Vietnam.
Ashish gets busy from the low jack, decides to bump it up. Ace-6 off seems to be good enough, considering he has 41 bigs. Took a look at the blinds behind him. Elke in the small blind, having recently been crippled, but does find the ace-jack suited. Flat calls.
That's a super sexy flat call from the small blind with that size. You know, it's you need to really understand your post-flop strategy to be able to do that. You know, it's very easy to just put it in, ace-jack suited. It takes a lot more thought and analysis to be able to flat in that spot.
Win getting the right price to come along with his king 10 off, understandable. And a 6 right on the flop along with the 10. Ashish has been outflopped. Elki has missed completely. Win the man with top pair and a decent kicker. Knock win, by the way, no spring chicken himself. $302,000, as I mentioned, in cashes. $127,000 scored just a couple of months ago. A C-bet and a call. And the pink on the turn. Gin card for Ashish. Wow, talk about running good and talk about the right spot to run good. Opens a6 off, gets 2 callers, gets middle pair, continuation bet and call, and now just absolutely smashes the card. It's going to look like a safe card to win. Ashish will certainly be looking to inflate the spot now. And with the board being as dry as it was, there's very few hands that Win can have that would not want to continue on this turn.
Yep. He's making that call.
This is getting dangerous. Win looking at being seriously hurt in this hand. Came into this final table 2.8 million second in chips. Interesting river. Should not change much.
Well, nothing's completed really. The queen just doesn't do anything. The trips will still be very confident that he's way ahead here.
Yeah, and perhaps one small consideration for Win will be that he actually does beat pairs that have a kicker smaller than a king. So if Ashish has been value betting something like a Jack 10, Win would actually be ahead with his king kicker. Ashish is value betting this 100% of the time. And I think...
No, Win's still ahead with the king kicker, no? Like 10, 10, 6, 6 king. King still plays.
Oh, that's what I mean to say. If,
right?
for instance, Ashish had Jack 10 and was value betting the turn with Jack 10, the queen does mean that there is no chop. Win would actually still be ahead. That's a minor consideration with the queen. Big bet incoming, and Win is going to have a serious decision early on at this final table.
You know, he was actually pretty plain sailing in the last session before we merged. You know, he had picked up some very good cards. You know, he didn't have to catch too many bluffs or bluff himself. He just, you know, he was running really well, and you know, you can't have it all your way. So let's have a look at how he deals with a difficult decision. A pot-sized bet on the river, 1 million. So in theoretical terms, he needs to be correct 1 in 3 times.
Ashish opened in middle position. Bet the flop, bet the turn, and is now betting big on the river. He's extremely polarized, not just in his river bet sizing, but just the line that he has taken. Win can easily be giving credit to Ashish for something like an overpair. Aces, of course, would play the same way. Kings would play the same way. Win does block kings with that king of hearts in his hand. Jacks perhaps would be a little bit more cautious on this river with the queen out, but technically, as we just discussed, the queen should not be a big part of Win's range. Jacks might go for a tricky value bet like this. Very tough to give your opponent credit for a 6.
Correct.
And you do have a 10. Tough to give your opponent for credit for ace 10 as well when you do block the 10. This is a tough, tough spot. Another interesting thing to note, no backdoor draws came in on the turn, which does reduce the chance of Ashish triple barreling with something that picked up equity on the turn.
What
Well, there was
hands?
actually no. There was actually, it was a complete rainbow board on the turn as well. There's no draw. Basically, the board has not changed. It's a very static board.
Exactly. And
Nothing
yet,
could change.
Wynn makes a great laydown. Very disciplined, figured it out.
Wow.
Realized there's not too much that he's beating. Lets it go and retains a healthy chip stack. Could have been in a danger zone if he had made that call. So Ashish with a nice little pickup to kick things off and is now effectively tied for the chip lead. Along with the, there we go, we see the chip stack. 59 bigs for Anwin. Ashish Manod the GOAT they call him. 55 bigs. Slight spelling mistake, perhaps in his names on the graphic. It's Munot, not Monot. Hence the Munot the GOAT rhyme. Ashish has over 370,000 in lifetime earnings. Very well-known pro both on the live and online felts in India. Biggest score, 90,000 USD. About a year ago.
Where?
Looking to increase that. I'll have to get back to you on where, but I think it was somewhere in Southeast Asia.
Excellent. Wow, you know, after watching all these streams, I really feel like I need to, study a lot harder because there's so many emerging, upcoming players who just started, a year or two ago during COVID, and they're improving so fast.
It's also a different era, so many more resources out there. If you really have the desire to get better at this game, if you're willing to put in the work to study, then to grind, get some experience under your belt, and rinse, wash, repeat that process, you can get very, very good at this game very quickly. Really be dangerous.
And I can't think of a better place to practice than Natural 8, really. At Natural 8 always has multiple MTTs available from very, very small buy-ins, maybe as little as a free roll, as little as nothing, to the weekly super high roller super millions at $10,300 US.
We're getting another action
spectrum.
flop here, by the way. 10-9-6 with Lev flopping second pair, and Anwin seems to be struggling with her sunglasses. Has to take them off and literally shake off what I can assume was some blurriness. Checks behind on the wet board with top pair. I do like that check. Pot control, willing to deal with the variance as long as it means she's able to manage the size of this pot. She is the chip leader though, can put a lot of pressure. So does have to make a trade-off in that sense. And Lev, likely thinking he has the best hand, has a straight draw as well. Sort of backup there. Bets 150k, and now Anwin can do nothing but call.
I think if she calls, she has to be prepared for a huge bet on the river. I don't imagine Liv would let it go on the river.
Almost all the draws on the flop at least missed. Somebody did have two low cards, likely connect with the 5. The 9 was good on the turn, very likely still the best hand. Lev needs to decide whether he wants to treat this as a value betting spot or a check call spot. Goes with a check. Great spot for Anwin to try and get some value.
No, she'll quickly check behind, I think. Maybe not quickly, but I think she'll probably check behind.
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to ask, is that indicative of how she's been playing while she's been on stream, while you've been in the booth?
Well, no, because I didn't actually get to see her play that much, right? She got moved to the outer table. But I think one bit that was a little bit of a tell was when she struggled to see the flop. She just wasn't that confident.
I hear you,
but she
but
hit the top pair.
my sense was maybe she just couldn't see the flop. Those are thick sunglasses. Reaches for chips.
All right.
I really like this
Here we
because she
go.
can represent having a lot of bluffs. She checked behind on the flop. The board was super wet. Called on the turn. Now gets to
essentially tell a story of having some sort of a missed draw. And Lev has the perfect bluff catcher.
$380,000. That is just over 6 big blinds.
Quickly
And he
calls,
calls.
understandable, has no spade in his hand, does have the second pair on the board. An gets the value she wants on the river. Tricky check on the flop ends up paying off. So the rich get richer. Came in with a chip lead. Ashish Manoj took down a big pot, was inching closer towards her stack, and now she's managed to put some distance, added 740k to her stack. There we see it, over 70 bigs now. 4.3 million, that is a massive stack at this stage. 5 stacks below the 20 big blind mark. The shortest still being Dylan Foster. Came in as the shortest stack, hasn't really gotten involved yet. I mean, after all,
Well,
we've
the
only had a
lead-
few hands.
The lady is in charge at the table, or the boys are, you know, just trying to keep up.
Well, something we've seen more and more, especially at the main event, but not at the final table yet. I am excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah. Well, there are many, many very, very good female players around the world. And I think it's one of those games, I think especially in Asia, actually, you know, where everyone, you know, in the West, there's been a bit of a tradition of playing poker. And all the boys would get together and, you know, have a beer when they were young and just pushing chips around. But you know, Asia, for a lot of players, is a, you know, the same starting point for a lot of players, like for men and women. So, you know, I can see Asian females, you know, becoming very, very good in the world stage very, very soon.
That sounds great. Interesting context as well. Did not realize that.
It's not much of a prejudice, you know, it's not really a boy thing, right? Like poker isn't really a boy thing in Asia, whereas it's slightly stereotyped in the West as a boy thing.
You did ask me earlier, by the way, where Ashish won his career best score exactly a year ago. Well, what do you know? In Hanoi, a WPT event. Came second in that one, though. This time around, to beat his career best score, he will have to be going for it all for the trophy, and I have a feeling that's exactly what he plans to do.
That must have been another high roller event, you know, for 90k for coming second.
Main event, actually.
Or was it the main event? Okay. Wow, so Ashish is used to the big field, you know, high pressure situation of an MTT. That's good to know.
We did see him open ace-6 off. Now finds ace-king under the gun.
Well,
Perfect.
there's nothing you can complain about. Ace king under the gun, you know, simple decision. You raise, you hope for 3-bet, you try to 4-bet. How about that?
Last time around, he had ace-6 off. Did not show that hand down. Players perhaps will still give him a lot of credit. Our chip leader, Anwin, struggling on many fronts, it seems. Bit of a coughing fit. I believe that's, I forget what they call it. Nasal spray? No, that's stupid. Obviously not.
Respirator? No. Respirator? No, it's, what is it called?
What the hell?
I think we're just...
Okay, well, 10 jack from big blind defends the big blind. Flop comes ace, deuce, 5, 2 hearts, and the high card is the flush draw card. It changes everything, actually.
Inhaler,
Inhaler,
perhaps?
that's it. Inhaler.
there we go.
Inhaler. That's exactly it. Yes. Thank you.
So to all of you watching in chat, do let us know who you're supporting. I want to hear some cheers for Ashish as a fellow Indian. Maybe some Ashish stories in the chat. Does take this one down, having top. Positive momentum so far. On the heels of the chip leader, second in chips. Comfortably so right now. Lots of short stacks in the mix, which means it's ICM pressure time. One man who's going to be tough to put under ICM pressure is Elki. Been there, done that. 15 million, or almost approaching 15 million in live tournament earnings. We're hoping to get him across the mark if he ships this today. But I wonder how all of these players who are no doubt familiar with Elki will be treating him in terms of ICM pressure. Can you really put ICM pressure on a man who has 15 million tournament earnings?
Well, you can't, because he understands ICM pressure better than any of the other players at the table. So he knows what you're trying to do, and he has a weapon up his sleeve to counter it. You know, he has seen it all.
Once
Well,
again,
Dylan
Steven,
Foster. Yeah, go on.
I've been talking to you about this dynamic of with the big blind plus big blind anti-combo. The short stacks get frisky in the under the gun and under gun plus one scenarios. Pretty loose open there from Dylan with 11 bigs.
Well, I was just about to say, you know, Dylan has come 7th in 2 events of this series already. So, you know, he is definitely trying to get beyond that 7th finish. And Ashish has accumulated quite a few chips since he got to the final table, just like our new stream, who is having 185 viewers right now. So please, this is a new stream. Please give us a like. Only 4 likes at the moment. Like this stream and you will help us tremendously for the future. And if you're brand new to this channel, please subscribe and hit that bell. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for some of the shoutouts that have started to roll in. One for, of course, Angyo, our 4th seat contestant. He has doubled up already.
Go on through, lads.
Now a comfortable middle stack.
No, go on through, go on through.
Chris in chat says, go, 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 John Bonadies. Go, 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 indeed. 15 big blinds for John.
Yeah, I wanted to fold out like H4 or stuff like that.
Another one for John.
Jellums. I like that name. John
And
Bonadies followed by 3 hearts.
Yang Shen is supporting Elki, I'm guessing, because he has just written Nice, which is a city in France.
Steven, it is 10 hours into the day. I'm going to let that one go. Good luck, Sonny, says Jellums. Does that mean they're related, perhaps? Jellums, let us know who John Bonadies is to you. We'd love to hear some stories from all these players. All we have to go on is their play across the day so far, their Hendon Mob results, but getting some deeper insights. We always love it.
And thanks for listening to my request of liking the stream. We are up to 10 likes.
Amazing.
Over 188 viewers. Keep it up, keep it up. Give us more likes, please.
Much appreciated. You'd be amazed how much it helps, not just the stream, but the channel as well. Back to the action. Elki opens ace-jack suited. Fedor finds the 9s and goes all in on the button. Talk about not putting Elki under ICM pressure. Fedor has decided this is the moment. And what is Elki to do?
You know, it's not actually too bad to call it off. A button, a +2 open and a button 3-bet. A button 3-bet could be... Oh, no, but he can fold. It's actually not too bad to call it off with ace-jack suited there.
I'm actually more impressed by the discipline, to be honest. Simply because, as we discussed, obviously it's not about the money for Elki. I'm just always happy to see him not only come out to support the APT, but really give it his all. Make a lot of discipline laid on along the way. Goes to show how seriously he's taking it. Respecting ICM as well, as they say.
Yes.
And by the way, that shot of the trophy made of pewter and 24-karat gold plating. The incredible new era APT Lion trophy going home with one of the 9 players on our screens right now.
So for the main event, you think that whoever wins it should get a seat for the trophy. How about for the high roller event? Does it apply to the high roller event too?
Well, first of all, the prize pool in this high roller event has been just so record-breaking. It is now rivaling the main event. As we were discussing yesterday, 4 billionaires, at least in the local Vietnamese currency, were crowned. Pretty much 4 billionaires crowned here as well. 114K to the winner. The main event winner walked away with 145. Okay, maybe if you want a little bit of a discount, it can be a coach seat. No need for the extra legroom.
That's very good. Freeman, yes, this is the final table. Well, yes, it is the final table. We're playing down to the last 9 players in Hanoi, the APT High Roller event. And then we have a dealer change. No doubt it will be another very elegant and very skilled dealer helping us with the proceedings.
What a cool story for all the final tablists who are actually now on an APT high roller final table with the poker legend Elke, wrapping up the summer series in style, battling it out for over $114,000. I mean, this is the way to wrap a series.
So I wonder what Elke is staring at. Oh, he heard me.
Shout out to Elke for the Elke dance, by the way, in case you missed it. I mean, I don't want you to miss a hand, but feel free to scroll back and watch the entrance as Elke joined us on the final table. Did the full GG/Natural 8 Elke dance, now the biggest meme in poker. Did it live for us to a huge round of applause on the floor.
Didn't he do the same yesterday for the main event?
Yes, but that was, I believe, nobody else around.
Okay, that
energy
was
in the room.
pre-recorded.
This was, he was peacocking with this one. Incredible stuff.
Pocket jacks for Fedor.
Two strong hands
And
once
Win
again.
is still struggling with her throat.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite bad for her. You can see the pain. You can see the struggle. It does happen. Hopefully, it is now stabilized. She did the inhaler. We can definitely get her something like a green tea if that's what she needs.
Well, you know, I have some here in front of me in Hong Kong if she really needs some. Use a 3-bet.
Fedor doing as Fedor does. 3-betting. Does have the goods this time. And Win certainly had a good holding. 9-handed. Plenty of players would consider folding as well. Perhaps was determined by his stack size. And John Bonadies has pocket 8s with 15 big blinds. The raise from Fedor allows John Bonadies to get away from it. If Win had perhaps been a bit more conservative and it had gone down to Fedor with the jacks, things might have gone very differently. Such is the nature of tournament poker sometimes. And a quick call, 2 to 3 bet. Yok Win is
very, very loose.
being, fairly frisky there. What are you really hoping to hit when you have ace-10? An ace would make you uncomfortable, a 10 would make you uncomfortable. How about flopping the nuts against the flop set of the jacks? I mean, this is a movie flop. I do not believe this. That is crazy.
Fundamental theorem of poker. You hit, you win.
What a sick spot. Fedor is likely pretty happy with this flop. His opponent will have all kinds of hand that will continue and will often be even drawing dead. Something like a King 8 suited, even something as strong as a King Queen would have barely any outs As it happens, his opponent just flopped the nuts. His opponent has a one hand that is even beating him, that is possible when they just call a 3-bet. Queens and kings, of course, very likely to 4-bet jam. This is just brutal. If the board does not bear, we will be saying goodbye to Fedor here. Flat call.
Oh, it is a flat call.
And why not? He wants to keep Fedor's bluffs in the mix. Fedor absolutely capable of bluffing in this spot. He has been a very, very active player, very aggressive player. A blank on the turn, a 10 or an ace might have saved Fedor some chips, but now he is sadly just trying to figure out how he can extract value of the remaining 570k chips he has left behind. He's going to be very happy to get them in there.
But you cannot be worried about having the bottom set here. Like, you know, because you don't imagine anyone defending ace 10 from
If anything,
+1.
10-9 suited more likely. Gets it all in and it's
Yeah.
going to see the bad news. This is pretty sick. The entire table is going to be super excited, especially the super short stacks. We talked about live by the sword, die by the sword. I mean, this is just a hyper cooler here for Fedor. Needs the board to pair to stay in the mix. Otherwise, we will have our first elimination.
If it holds, big spot.
Oh, drawing a bit thin here. Still, 23%. Any 8, any king, any queen. Oh, any jack as well. Forgot about the quads.
$11,000 guaranteed, 14,000 to the next place finisher. Is Fedor going out in 9th place, or can he pair the board?
Alright, all is in the call. Fedor against Win Ngok Dai. Alright, Fedor is covered. Fedor has pocket jacks against ace 10. For Win Ngok Dai, flops queen jack 10, turn cards 8, straight 4, Win Ngok Dai, up to the river card. Is a 7.
No dice.
And round of
We have
applause, guys,
lost.
for
Fedor
Fedor,
dead alone.
number 9 here
The
at the
player
high
from
roller
Russia
event.
getting absolutely cooler. I mean, Steven, I'm actually still not over it. That flop is just out of line. The poker gods way too cruel on that one. And Fedor, who had been a bit of a sensation across the couple of days of this tournament leading up to this final table, very, very active player, always willing to get his chips in the middle, hyper aggressive, does end up leaving in 9th place. We have our final 8 here at the APT High Roller.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments, featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
In so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kiem of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my God. Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize. in time in his poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing.
That's a
So they're
pay
talking
jump as
about
well.
they're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket
boy.
8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20.
A 3-way all in.
I'm gonna make 2 sevens will come in. Like a 7.
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stack.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And we are back straight into the action. 8-handed now here at the APT High Roller, finishing out the Summer Series live from Hanoi in this amazing fashion. The man you see on your screen right now, of course, the poker icon Elke, Bertrand Grospellier, is in the mix. Just saw a huge hand go down, a massive cooler that took us down from 9-handed to 8-handed. Fedor Dedulov, the player who came in with the chip lead into day 2. 46 players came in today, 23 made the money. Fedor did go out in 9th place, did walk away with 269 million Vietnamese dong for his effort. But the big prize to play for is 10 times that, 2.7 billion Vietnamese dong to the first place finisher, and of course, the prestigious APT New Era Lion Trophy that we will be soon seeing in the shot. Gold-plated, 24-karat gold-plated. The High Roller Trophy has pewter in it as well. It is a thing of beauty, and it is one of the many reasons you want to win this event. Currently the chip leader.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Stephen. Of course, I'm joined by Stephen Lai. Welcome back, Stephen. My name is Vidar Singh, and we are here to take you down to the first place finisher.
At the UDG +1, An Win seems to have overcome her breathing problem with Ace-10 suited raising up to 120k, which is just a too big blind.
She was definitely struggling for a few minutes. Good to see her stabilized.
Ashish, who's now had his surname, is it first name or surname spelled correctly?
Yeah, Ashish Manot. Manot the goat, they say. Fix that spelling.
Not the goat. And then Mr. NGO, I call him, is asking for a count. And with pocket jacks, it's an easy 3-bet.
Welcome back to everyone in chat, by the way. Some people are asking, when will we be back? Well, we're back. Welcome back, Chris. Steven says, let's go Dylan Foster. Foster Lager beer. Well, I'm guilty of thinking of the beer when we hear Foster as well. Dylan has been one of the most entertaining presents at this table.
Oh!
How about aces?
Sorry.
Win has found aces when it has gone under the gun +1 open to 120k. A huge 3-bet by the jacks off on to 505k, and looks down at aces and goes instantly all in. Easy fold perhaps for An, but for of course the person who opened with ace-10, An Win. But Ang Yeo has pocket jacks, 19 big blinds left in his stack. The cold 4-bet all in does look so strong. But his jacks behind enough of the time.
Very difficult to fold. It's very difficult to fold here. But at the same time, 19 big blinds. Can you fold? Pocket jacks? You know, are you going to find a better spot in the next 45 minutes to an hour?
Well, the thing to think through, of course, is the ICM pressure. You are likely flipping at best, facing a cold 4-bet, but if you look at hand combinations, there are, of course, 16 combinations of ace-king and 6 combinations each of queens, kings, and aces. So almost 50-50 there that you are not being dominated, combined with the fact that you're getting pot odds. Then you have to wait against ICM. There's a reason tournament poker is not an easy sport, and this spot demonstrates exactly why. This is brutal.
And you're adding 4 combos of ace-5 suited to it. You know, you got to 4-bet with ace-5 suited.
These players have also been playing with each other all day, have picked up all kinds of reads. I mean, you mentioned ace-5 suited. There are certain players who would never do this with ace-5 suited. There are certain players you always have to account for ace-5 suited. What does No think? Is Gwyn one of those players? Is Jack's going to be good enough? Can Gwyn ever be doing this with pocket tens, say? Seems unlikely, but sometimes you have reads on players like that. An is just in the blender. Understandably
Would Ace
so.
Queen do that? Ace Queen would, would Ace Queen be 4-bet jamming? Nope, he gives it up.
Lets it go, and actually,
Oh,
wow, both players actually show their hand
wow.
as they fold. Very interesting. You and I have talked
Right.
about this, Stephen.
Now that I know you fold pocket jacks, I am definitely 4-betting you with ace-5 suited. For sure.
Precisely why
100%.
you might not want to show your hand.
I don't know what it accomplishes actually. Is are you telling the other players that yeah, I can really fold? Then that's not really a good image.
Yeah, I see very little upside. There's just a little bit of emotional upside sometimes, but in the long run, I don't know that that's worth it. In chat, we have Tushar Singh saying, well, he says LG, let's go. And I imagine Tushar is from India. That might be directed at Ashish. How about some LFGs or LGs for Ashish Minot? Representing India, another Indian at the final table. We had Akshay Nasa, runner-up of the main event yesterday. Ashish in good position. Who else are you supporting, everybody in chat? Let's hear it. I want to hear some LFGs. I want to hear some stories about those players. 3 of the Vietnamese players still around out of the 8 remaining contestants. An excellent showing by the local heroes. And an all-in here. Small blind versus big blind. Lev takes the spot. King Jack definitely good enough with 15 bigs to come over the top off the limp. And an ace is like a must call in this situation. You win, he says.
He's folding.
Let's it
Wow.
go. Very, very conservative. As is evidenced by the King Jack shove, Lev and most players in that spot are shoving much lighter than an ace, but clearly part of the game plan there is to not take those high variance spots. Wen has a different strategy in mind.
Well, if you keep folding an ace like that, then you would definitely get very, very much bullied along the way. And showing as well, showing an ace. And, it's just not. Basically, if you keep doing that, that means you are waiting for a very good hand to call. That means you're gambling.
You're essentially inducing your opponent into shoving even lighter than they did.
Exactly. And you're gambling the fact that you will get a much better hand than ace-7, which statistically, ace-7 is pretty good. Dylan Foster, on the other hand, doesn't take much time to put all his chips in the middle with ace-jack off from UTG +2.
Under
Big
10
blind
bigs.
is king-queen off. King-queen off. It looks like a beautiful combination. In fact, you are behind all the ace, so all the ace-x. No, it looks a lot nicer than it really is.
Freeman48 says LFNGO. Let's fucking... Oh, excuse me,
Ooh.
mind my French. The pun was just too good. Slipped out.
Yes,
But
it's
Freeman,
true.
I appreciate the pun. FK Chow says so nitty indeed that ace-7 fold. Does come off as nitty, but you have to appreciate some of these players have come in with different game plans. We were talking about... Oh, I've seen the call. King Queen versus Ace Jack. Dylan Foster at risk.
Phew, and then we saw a very nitty play, and now we're seeing a very loose play. Dylan is doing his best Elkie impression of dancing at the table. Low flop, help.
We're up to the turn.
Draw head dead. Draw head dead. Draw head dead.
Hey,
Turn
stop
card say
touching the
10.
card.
Pay the picture. Pay the board.
Dylan did avoid a queen
Shapes.
or a king to stay the
Jumping
race.
jack energy.
And the river card
14%.
is a deuce. And Dylan will the hope.
Absolutely incredible. Dylan, the most entertaining player by an order of magnitude perhaps on this table. And the Australian rail, by the way, going absolutely wild. I did spot another APT regular, John Perry, also known as Bert. When he was on the final table in Fukuoka, the Australian rail was just going wild. And now it's his turn to be on the rail for his buddy Dylan Foster. I suspect we'll see a few Aussie chants.
Oh yes, yes for sure. We were talking about Dylan's scores at the Hanoi series, and he came 7th twice in 2 events before this one. So he didn't get knocked out 8th, so he still got a chance of making 7th or better.
Well, that
By the way, I've just noticed after 2 days of streaming, I've just noticed that we do have a Twitch channel.
Oh, indeed we
So
do.
it's not just YouTube.
Hello to everyone on Twitch.
So sending our love to Twitch. But then, we've gone over the 200 viewership mark, which is fantastic. It's a landmark. Let's push it all the way up to 500. How about that?
How about that limp from Dylan, by the way? Not even done racking up the double up chips he just acquired. Finds ace queen under the gun +1. Limps. And people actually giving his limp a lot of respect. Folds all the way down to the small blind. The person who did give him the double up, the chip leader on the table when she did make that relatively loose call with the king queen. And when lets the 7-4 suited go, and Ashish has the raggedy rags but can see the flop for free.
Oh, Dylan might live to regret this. Limping from UTG +1. Nope. Flop comes Jack 8-5 rainbow. See, now that you didn't raise pre-flop, your villain's range is, pretty wide. See, and then hits the juice. Oh, dear me. A simple 2 big blind raise from UTG +1 would have taken down the blinds and the ante. But nope.
Ashish gets the check mark with his bottom pair. He likely thinks he has the best hand. How does he want to proceed? A block bet of sorts?
Wow.
Quick release.
That's really silly. Just wasted a big blind for no reason whatsoever.
Yes, of course.
Well, got his money's worth by having a chance to realize his equity over 5 cards. Did not, and then decided to give up.
So Elke actually now at the bottom of the leaderboard, 10 big blinds for the French poker legend. Next up in chips, 11 big blinds, followed by 14, followed by 16 and 17. 5 stacks between the 10 and 20 big blind range. Very interesting dynamics here. No clear chip leader, yes. 1 stack above the 50 big blind mark in the form of Makwin. He just accumulated a lot of more chips. Ashish, close on his heels, 44 big blinds. And of course, the chip leader who just got dented, giving that double up to Dylan Foster. And win. The only lady at the table.
has shown herself capable of all kinds of moves, all kinds of plays. Perhaps the least experienced, at least as per Hendon Mob, in terms of having live tournament results. Has already chalked up an impressive final table presence here. Will certainly have that to show for it, but how far does she go? The 16 big blind stack of left finds pocket eights, raises it up to standard 2x.
Someone from the YouTube comments made a very good point. Shoving ace jack, but limping ace queen. How weird is that?
True that, true that.
I do not disagree.
Sometimes you get caught up in the moment. Just doubled up, just did a dance, just did some jumping jacks. Made all kinds of demands from the poker gods. And you look down and you almost can't believe your fortune. Ace queen? But I just got so lucky. What do I do? Let's limp and wait and see what happens.
And that happened.
Losing to the 9 deuce is what happens sometimes. Such is poker.
Yeah. Well. In fact, losing to any juice on that board.
So Elke, we were mentioning, Stephen, how he has just played every stack depth fairly perfectly, especially when he was short for a huge period of time. Once again, at the bottom. Not that he had too much ICM pressure to deal with anyway, but being the bottom stack, 0 ICM pressure, I suspect he'll be getting it in there fairly quickly. Not the kind of player to get blinded down.
Oh, he knows when, you know, when it gets too short, when to shove, when to gamble. And he also knows when to, you know, stay kind of snug and tight just to preserve a stack. You know, he's a very experienced player. Liam Murray says, no more breaks, please. It's way too late in Australia. I need to watch Dylan win.
Fair play, sir. Fair play. The next break a while away. We did, of course, have to take a break when we got down to the final table, followed by getting down to the actual 8-handed final table. That's just from a production perspective. We do need to reset the table, RFID, etc. We thank you for bearing with us. If you are supporting Dylan, how about this flop for you? Dylan has outflopped his opponent. King high board, King Jack for Dylan. And the ace 4 with the ace of hearts for Win, who is the current chip leader. He's already in table captain mode, considering he opened ace 4 off under the gun +2. Now trying to just muscle his way into a victory in this spot.
Dylan Foster is not going anywhere, I'm afraid. He has hit his top pair with a good kicker. On a flush draw board, he's got nothing to worry about.
Demands more
In
chips
fact,
out of the
yes,
chip
in
leader.
fact, he's so unworried that he's racing, check racing.
And how do you deal with this if you're trying to become table captain? Makes the call. What a float. Does have the ace of hearts, but Dylan's chip stack is not the kind of stack you float against. Only 10 big blinds behind for Dylan. If a heart does not, and a heart does come out. If Dylan decides to run with this hand and he has less than a 1 SPR, what is Win to do? He does have the ace of hearts now. The nut flush draw and the overcard. Wow, Dylan actually checks.
This is proper time machine stuff.
Induces the
Win
jam.
must have seen what the turn was going to bring him a flush draw. Wow. Dylan can't be too happy with that.
I don't know, Steven. I think Dylan's pretty happy with that.
Goes all in with
73% to double up again and be one of the chip leaders.
For win,
Certainly a
die.
reasonable second highest stack in this tournament.
Dylan needs to avoid an heart
Falling for the 6 of diamonds.
or
Let's
an
just,
ace
let's
to
just let
stay
Dylan do
alive.
the talking and dancing.
And the river card
Oh, six of diamonds. Boom.
is a 3.
That's up.
And Dylan through.
We hold hard, baby. Hold hard.
There goes the Australian rail got pretty close with that 6 of diamond. Came the 3 of diamonds. Gives the
Well,
camera.
congratulations to Liam, to Mr. Jinx, Bryden Jinx. Dylan has doubled up, a full double up, bringing him to 34 big blinds. Very safe, you know, amongst the chip leader, really. You know,
Pretty much.
43, 40, 36. You know, he's up there. He's up there.
Effectively tied for third in chips, and that's 2 double ups in 3 hands. What a rush Dylan must be facing. Did have that ace-queen misstep as well. Talk about playing the rush. Gets paid off by a very unlikely hand. The table captain no longer even in contention to fight for that title. Has been crippled, and I think he knows he overplayed or slightly misplayed his hand there. Just needs to recenter himself, readjust, have a different strategy for his new stack size. Thanks to a lot of people watching streams, even the word table captain and what people know they're supposed to do with big stacks on final tables. People do get carried away sometimes in terms of being hyper aggressive. And credit to Dylan for inducing that jam on the turn. Made a tricky check, risky check I might say, but it worked out beautifully.
Dylan on fire. Make him sing. Well, we can't. You know, that would be difficult for us to do, but I'm sure he doesn't need any nudging. I'm sure he will sing for us naturally. And Win opens from the hijack with ace 7 off. Ashish voted. We didn't know what he had. Dylan, don't know what he had. John. Defending his big blind with king 10 off, or very, very standard. The flop. The flop comes 10, 9, 4 with 2 spades. John with the top pair and the backdoor runner flush possibility.
The poker gods
A7 cannot be happy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the poker gods seem to be favoring all the short stacks right now. John, of course, with that defense, had become the shortest stack. Flops top pair, good kicker. Very likely to win this hand now.
See, that's quite reckless against a big blind defend range. 9 and 10. You know, very much a some defending cards there against a big 8 big blind. Oh, he's all in. No calling here. Try to lose the minimum, I think, and win. Let it go. Go on. You gotta let it go.
Anwin has to be a bit discouraged with what has occurred in this final table so far. Did call it off with King Queen. Has taken dents to her stack. Came in as the overwhelming chip leader. Still has plenty of chips to work with. 2.9 million left in her stack.
She's really considering a call.
Well, Steven.
Okay, I cannot possibly understand this.
If you thought c-betting was reckless, what do you think of calling here?
Insanely reckless?
Maniacal?
Ooh, big word.
Gamble?
Oh, okay, let me just rephrase this. How about c-betting was a bit wacky. Calling would be reckless. How about that? It's a wacky c-bet. Yeah, there's no calling there at all. Don't know why she wasted a time bank, but here we go. Maybe just to keep her image, perhaps.
Fair enough, actually. Image can be worth something for the moment. We are, of course, streaming this with a 30-minute delay. Players will not have a chance to look at any parts of the stream until the break, and even then, they might have other things to do. So, depending on what her strategy is, if she wants to be tight, really pick her spots, she can focus on maintaining her image. But folding to a shove on that board is perfectly fine. After all, 2 overs are folding as well. She doesn't need to signal that she had a hand as weak as ace-7 there.
Yeah, yeah. I think that could be the only explanation for the time bank, because there was no way she was calling that.
Wait a minute. Win, who just took a crushing blow to his stack, is raising king-queen off under the gun. This is a little bit reckless as well, because we're still 8-handed. That's a lot of players to get through with king-queen, and immediately is bested by the ace-jack of An Win.
King Queen suited, I can understand. You know, 2 Broadway suited cards. King Queen off, a little bit wacky, I would say. But if he faces a 3-bet, he will have to fold King Queen off.
Yeah, and that's partly the reason I was surprised, because of course the ICM pressure there as well. I mean, Win still has, Win that is, still has a very hefty stack of 34 big blinds versus the extremely short stacks of Elke, as well as John Bonadies, although he did make a nice pickup there, has under 13 big blinds or so. So when you have 34 big blinds, king-queen off under the gun, to me is an easy fold, but Win could be a little bit frustrated, could be trying to force the issue. And Win, fearless, 3-bets the under the gun open, has picked her spot perfectly.
Well, I just have to say that the spot was picked perfectly. But you know, in a kind of slightly more theoretical game against under the gun at +2, ace jack off is not really the best combo for 3-betting. And what is King Juice thinking about now? You have 12 big blinds.
Pretty confusing Hollywood here.
Go on, use a time bank. I dare you. Okay, young Dylan Foster. Folds.
I believe An Yo did not realize action was on him. He actually had to pay a time bank for thinking that long, so fair enough. Happens to the best of us.
Okay, back to the UTG original racer. Doesn't give a flying monkey. Put some money in to see the flop.
Gamble, gamble. Does have the right equity as it happens. Has one of the few hands that does not have him dominated.
I think he understands the fundamental theorem of poker, which is you hit, you win. It's difficult for, you know, you kind of play, if you only play poker and you learn only through experience rather than like the probability and the theory, the abstraction, then King Queen off does seem like something quite nice UTG. Because sometimes you hit a king, sometimes you hit a queen, you know, it's actually okay, and then you don't feel so bad. But when you really look into it, and you draw the decision trees and you work at the probability, you quickly realize King Queen is, you know, pretty terrible from under the gun against a 3-bet.
Well, how about the fact that An Win made a hefty continuation bet and Nok has clicked it back with the King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds. Unfortunately for An, things are just not working out for her. She's doing well for herself, but the flops are just not supporting. Does let it go. Or does she? Actually, she throws in a time bank.
Nope, time bank.
She is apparently prone to do that. We just saw her take her time with that ace-7 decision as well, but hopefully she finds the fold here. Not much she can do, unfortunately, in this hand.
If you notice, she has changed out of her sunglasses into her normal glasses.
And has put on a hoodie. It's like a different player has joined the table.
Oh, show a king. Yeah. Go on. Oftentimes I would tell people if they are, hoping to hit, doing things by luck a little bit. I do suggest them to go play Baccarat because it's far easier. You never make a mistake in Baccarat. And the game runs a lot faster. It's less boring. You don't have to think so much. Since you're relying on luck anyway, you might as well go play Baccarat. Just because you hit the king and you take down a pot, it really doesn't mean you did the right thing. But hey, well, who am I to say? I'm not sitting at the final table and they are. So let's see what we have ahead of us.
It all depends on the preparation, as you mentioned, and the experience you have in the game. And sometimes you just feel like this is your only chance. This is the one time you'll be in this spot. Of course, that's not the mentality any professional poker player takes. They play every spot as though they're going to be in that spot thousands of times, make the right decision that applies in the long term. But once in a while, you find yourself at the final table of an APT high roller trying to win 114,000. You might be willing to do whatever it takes, make some creative moves.
Sure. Without sounding like I'm picking on him, because he's done like 3 interesting pre-flop moves since we sat down at the final table. That was the ace-10 hand when he flopped straight against a bottom set. Okay, Elke is putting his stack in with ace-10 suited.
What a great spot he's picked. Ashish was getting absolutely out of line, opening queen-5 suited. Punished immediately by Elke.
King Queen off is a perfectly fine open. Of course, no problem. Don't know why they're gone ham on it. No, it's just when you face a 3-bet, it's hard to see the merit of defending it. But anyway, I'm just going to let it go now. So,
well, Stephen, we are talking about the player who defended ace-10 off and then flopped the nuts.
Yeah.
So don't forget, sometimes you just think the poker gods are on your side, you know?
Twice.
Ashish is not Hollywooding, I will say here, is more likely thinking about the pot odds on offer because he has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but there's a lot of those big blinds and big blind antes to play for. 515K to call, 995. He does make the call.
Yep. It's not actually that bad. Especially with his stack size as well. He started with about 45 big blinds.
And the entire table is now going to be rooting against Elke because
With
after
queen
all,
five
they are
of
looking
spades
at that
against
huge
Elke's
pay jump
ace
from
ten
8th
of
to
hearts.
7th place. As it
Elke
stands,
is
Elke
covered.
is at
Let's see
risk,
the flop.
but in good shape to double up.
64.
Clubs 4.
Ace right in the
8
window.
and an ace.
3 clubs.
Okay.
We're up to the turn.
Queen 5 in rough shape. Some chop outs with the club
Turn
maybe.
card say 5.
There is one of those chop outs and some extra outs as well. 13 outs all of a
Let's see
sudden.
the river
One of the best
card.
cards in the deck. Never
It's
easy.
a 10 of clubs.
And it's a chop.
And they were going to play the board.
Elke's disappointed.
Even Elke is disappointed. Mr. I have seen it all. Thought, how unlucky was I?
Being at risk for your tournament life, you'd probably take a chop. But when it comes an ace-high board, that's like the extra needle.
No, can you tell me who actually is? Actually do. Actually.
Dylan is again very active at the table, but talking instead of playing.
Still in the game.
We often talk about table captains. Win clearly made an attempt to be the table captain. Had that unfortunate situation with the ace-4 offhand. since then has been active even with the shorter stack. But arguably the table captain position up for grabs. Ashish clearly displaying he's opening super wide now that he is the effective chip leader on the table. Had to show down the queen 5 suited. Very interesting dynamics being built up here. And I'm very curious how it has an effect on future hands.
Well, at the moment, I think they want to clear the 3 short stacks. They want to get rid of those first, and then, you know, the stack distribution will be at the right point for them to make interesting plays. At the moment, their main objective would be to get rid of the 3 shorter stacks. Oh, 2 actually. Well, maybe 3. Okay. So we have Elki, shortest at 9 BB, and then Mr. NGO, 12 BBs, and then John at 15 BBs. And then, you know, everyone above that is 20 BB or more, and that's more playable. More playable. But Liv is actually on the knife's edge as well, kind of easily dropping down to that short stack pack there to be hunted by the hunters, who are the deeper stacks.
There is one of those hunters under the gun, raising it up. King 9 off. Table captain. Just had to show down queen 5 suited. Not worried about that. Dylan wakes up with
How
queens.
about pocket queens?
What a journey Dylan has had to become one of the bigger stacks on this table. Back-to-back double ups. Getting hit by the deck a little bit. Queens this time. Ashish being punished for his extremely ambitious open.
A solid 3-bet, slightly towards the big side. I would save 1 big blind there, I say. No need to be 450. Gains an under the gun open, plus 2 3-betting you. You have to respect the 3-bet.
Yeah, it's an easy fold, and it's partly the reason you open hands such as King 9 off. You can easily release them to 3 bets. Move on.
Dylan slowly climbing up. He's now at 3.1 million.
Tushar Singh in chat says Dhaval, another Indian legend. Indeed he is. And an APT legend as well. Just finished his own series. Showing support for Ashish, no doubt. Dhaval had one of the first big scores, I believe, in Southeast Asia, really opening the door for Indian players to come play in Vietnam. Shipped a main event in Vietnam. I remember hearing about that, and along with many other Indian players realizing the wide world of poker that might be out there in Asia. Thanks to Dhaval Mutkal.
You realized it wasn't just a YouTube thing, right? You realize someone, you know, reasonably close could do it. Maybe you can too.
Well, I don't know about that. Dhaval is extremely talented as a poker player, but certainly seems more within reach than it did before he did it.
So we have a 9-7 off, limping from small blind, and Ashish decides to see the flop with Queen 3 suited. Flop comes Jack 7-5. The top card is the flush draw card. And when checks, Ashish with a potential runner flush possibility. decides to check as well. Turns comes a king, which gives Ashish a flush draw. Oh, and Win did hit the second pair on the flop as well. I think it's protecting her range by checking. Ashish is getting a bit frisky, decides to put in a bet. $150, or is it 180? 180. So just over 2 big blinds. No fear. 2 overcards, who cares? I have a 7, I have a 7, I have a pair. I'm not giving up. Let's see the river. River's 10. So An Win has the check mark. She'll be checking as well. Ashish has to decide whether to bluff her off the pot. She must have something to call the turn bet. You know, was she drawing with, 2 hearts with the 10 perhaps hitting on the river?
Well, there are certain hands that Ashish would be ahead of. 8-6 comes to mind, perhaps 6-4, low hearts as well. But that's besides the point. Those hands would fold anyway. Ashish wants to try and really give himself a chance to take down the spot. Knows his queen high is likely not the best hand, but given the way the action has gone, there are many, many hands in An Win's range that would be folding to this river bet, with the exception of perhaps a check on the turn with top pair. Most of the hands would feel pretty vulnerable.
6 big blind on the river.
Grabs chips.
And
bit of a pump fake. Puts them in there.
And it's the call.
Or does she?
No.
I believe she pushes a time bank chip. Now does put them in there. And Ashish gets the bad news. Hero call by An Win is the correct one. Proudly tables her hand. This is going to be a huge dent, not only to Ashish's stack, but perhaps to his gumption. He really was trying to force the issue of being table cap, and in this case, actually played a relatively fair hand, blind versus blind. Picked up the backdoor flush draw, excuse me. Decided to bluff at it on the river. But look at that, down to 4th in chips. And Nok Win now back up to 1st in chips. What a call, says Zhang in the chat. Wow, nice call, says Freeman48. Lots of hype in chat for that sick call. Sick call indeed. Very well played. Maybe that change of attire, that hoodie. Thankfully, no more cough. In fact, a mask is on. Like I said, a whole different person. Not the superstitious
no more sunglasses.
but
no more sunglasses either. Yeah. How could she make that call? I don't know. She did.
Pure skill.
Exactly. Maybe time machine. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure.
Or as Tony G would say, pure heart. Takes heart to make that call.
Yes.
And listen, Ashish's image so far could not have helped the matter either. Showed down the queen 5 suited. Opened under the gun in the very next hand. Got 3-bet. Had to fold. All these things add up.
Yep. Yep. Go on then. Open it up. From the dealer button. Queen 8 off.
What's the point?
Nope.
When people like Ashish are just giving away their chips to you. Wait for a better spot. Double says think Queen 5 showdown caused the call. Yeah, certainly agree.
Yep.
And it is something that Ashish needs to be mindful of in managing his image. Meanwhile, he goes all in with 10-4. Taking the high variance plays. Was against the short stack. 10-4 is certainly not a shove even against a 7 big blind stack, but he knows that his opponent will be undercalling, given the fact that we're on the final table, given that there are some shorter stacks such as Elkies to deal with. He is just willing to go for it. He's in beast mode. Let's see how it works out. Live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say.
Well, you know, he's very lucky to be to the right of the shorter stack. That means every BBB situation, he could be printing money.
On one hand, you have 10-4 off. On the other hand, can you really give a walk to the person sitting on 7 bigs? I get it. Rather take the spot.
And then another chance from the button. King 7 suited. He's going to open it up. 2 big blinds. Ooh, King 10 off.
This could be good enough. Should be an all-in here, theoretically speaking.
But I would be a little bit upset if he decides to just flat call from the small blind with that stack size with that combo.
Well, we're talking about the player who just had to showdown Queen 5 suited against Elki, followed by the fold after the under the gun open, followed by getting hero called by Anwin and losing, and now is opening on the button. I mean, how much credit can you give someone? Meanwhile, decides a lot of credit and lets that hand go. Well, this does justify Ashish's 10-4 jam a lot more. He just has a sense of how much the player on his left, Ang Yo, is going to be folding, perhaps because there is one more short stack. Ang Yo is no spring chicken, $143,000 in lifetime earnings, the biggest score being $40,000. But clearly, Ashish has identified that the money, the moment, and perhaps the pay ladder matters a decent amount to this man.
Well, Elki is under threat now. He's UTG, so he's the 2 big blinds, the big blind and the big blind ante coming up to him. He's down to 7 big blinds, so it's a critical time coming up. FK Chow says, so nitty, just go home. Well, we all have to go home eventually, but they choose to stay. They choose to stay to fight for another day.
Some players very big on making sure they have the betting lead when they essentially go all in. Want to maximize their fold equity. Well, now he finds a hand where maximizing doesn't matter anymore. Ace-9 suited is just too pretty. He's going to get it all in. And once again, Ashish has the pot odds to call it off with his Queen-7 suited.
Yeah.
We're going to be gambling.
And the equities actually run pretty close, 6-4. So every 10 times, Ashish wins 4 times. Which is as good as a flip, if you're a lucky man.
There we go.
All right, and no Kwa goes only with 9 of diamonds. And Ashish way to go with Queen 7 of hearts.
Unfortunately for Ang Yo, all the players at the table rooting against him.
Nothing personal.
King, Jack, and a deuce. 2 diamonds.
Oh, 2 diamonds.
No help for Ashish, loses the diamond portion of his outs.
Turn card say 3 of diamonds. And the river card is a king, and Ango Kwa will double up.
Ashish once again takes a big hit to his stack, all the way down to 2.3 million in chips. had an incredible ride up to the top of the leaderboard. Now closer to where he started off this final table. And of course finds the double up. No longer the short stack, and we have a very, very clear short stack now. And his name is Elki. 755k in chips.
Давайте, удачно залетели. Удачно залетели.
Elki not loving life ever since he had to chop that ace-10 suited v queen-5 suited.
Without sounding a little bit superstitious, sometimes you just feel it's not your day, you know? There's nothing scientific about it. You just, nothing is going right. You just kind of half give up in your head.
Happens to the best of us. I doubt Elki is one of those people it happens to often. He is perhaps better than the best of us. However, the thing about a tournament is there's no way to deal with it but to power through. It's not a cash game. You can't just go home. You have to shake it off. Ashish opening perhaps for the 5th time in a row. Bit of a real hand this time.
Okay.
Ace 8 off.
Elki. 2-3 off. Oh wow. Okay, I allow that. Elki, that's a good fold. 3 Jews off.
Yes, but
No
he
point
did have to
gambling with
post the big blind and the big blind ante, so he's now reduced to just 5 bigs. These are dire straits.
Did any player in the main event have a bounty on their head for the Hanoi main event?
Not in this one, no.
No.
Perhaps unofficially, and I might not know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably an unofficial bounty on the head of Elki, don't you think? Do get to say you
Yeah,
eliminated
for sure.
Elki off the final table, off the APT high roller. That's a story.
And is recorded, immortalized on YouTube, so you can get a timestamp and tell everyone this is the point when I eliminate Elki from the high roller tournament. Wow, okay. Defending from the big blind. 3-5 suited versus ace queen off. Flop comes. 2-5-7 hits a 5. You can't beat a player that keeps hitting.
The ICM implications of this hand is crazy. After all, Elki has 5 bigs. Oh, with his newfound chips, decides to check behind.
Turn comes to 10. Completes the flush board. Wow, he comes out to bet.
Win could certainly go bigger here, not just because he has a piece of the board, but because of that ICM pressure. He has his opponent covered. He can make it feel like they could be playing for stacks on the river, disincentivizing a call on the turn. As it happens, he manages to get some form of value from the ace high with the tiny bet. And the queen on the river, that small bet ends up costing win. Despite the 4 spades, no opponent having a spade. Go gets the check mark, and the showdown is going to be super happy with this result.
Queen. There you go.
Some missteps getting punished there.
He was quite happy there. Wins to the chip leader, 31 big blind. He's actually running very close, actually. You know, there's no really any overwhelming chip leader to bully the table.
When certainly trying his best. Has been a little more passive over the past orbit, considering Ashish has been the most active player on the table. Now that Ashish has been crippled once again, table captain spot is open.
Send in your CV. Interviews will be conducted next week.
You have to be able to do a good Captain Phillips impression. Look at me. I am the captain now.
Ace deuce off from the hijack. Raise to 200, 2 big blinds. Ace-6 suited. It's an easy fold. L key, easy fold. Ace, whoa, Ace-4 suited. Yes. Fair enough. Live. Ooh. It'd be quite a dirty defend, actually. 5 deuce suited.
Lev from Russia has over $165,000 in lifetime tournament earnings. His biggest score, $27,000. A 7th place finish today would exceed his biggest score. A 1st place finish would quadruple it.
Flop comes Queen 10-4. 2 diamonds. And the top card is a diamond. Liv checks. And Dylan Foster is going to c-bet.
Dylan, for all his antics, is an extremely experienced poker player. $385,000 in earnings. Biggest score a year ago in Sydney. He is, of course, from Australia. $144,000 for his efforts in Sydney. He's been there, done that in terms of closing out events, but can he do it today? And look at that, tied for the chip lead now, Dylan. Stacks
To be
pretty
honest,
shallow.
so far, like, you know, from what we've seen at the final table, he's played the best.
One could make that point. Of course, poker gods have been on his side a little bit. Did end up all in twice in a row and quadruple up.
Well, he has completely mastered the fundamental theorem of poker.
Better to be lucky than good,
Have
they
the
say.
best hand. Have the best hand. You know, that's the key. Have
Easy.
the best hand.
Easy peasy.
Have the best hand and don't fold. And here we go again. Pocket jacks from UTG +2. Same click. Oh, Elky could be in trouble. Yep. Off he goes. Pocket fours, walking right into a pair of jacks of Dylan Foster.
Elky commits
Dylan
himself.
Foster Lager. Oh,
Look
wow.
at this.
Ooh. What is she thinking now? Yep, good. Right, let's go.
She's thinking there's
Pocket jacks.
She's thinking there's an extra $5,000 up for grabs in this pay ladder. Let's hope Dylan ensures that for everyone. And of
All right, all in
course,
the call. Dylan
sad to
with
see
pocket jacks.
Elky at risk and
That's
behind.
Elky's pocket 4. Elky's is covered. Let's see the flop.
Hate the idea of losing Elky from this final table, but he is behind and will need a lot of help to catch up.
Flops 8, ace, and a queen.
Not much
Elky
help
needs to
to be
catch a
found
4
on a board like
to
that. It's going to
stay
be
in
a
the
black
race.
4 and a black 4 only
Turn
to
cards,
rescue
please.
him. Or else we lose Elky and will be
Turn
seven-handed.
cards a deuce. and only a 4 to stay alive. And the river card is a 3.
Close.
Guys. Elkie, number 8.
GG Elkie. No pun intended. What an amazing player, what an amazing performance, and what an amazing presence. Not just at the poker table, not just in the poker room, but in the poker world in general. Walks away with $14,000 for his efforts. Clearly looks disappointed. Could not get anything going.
Couldn't crack his $15 million lifetime earning record.
That's right. A first place finish would have taken him over the finish line of that $15 million milestone. We'll have to wait for him to appear at APT Da Nang to do that, hopefully. And then there were 7. Each player now guaranteed 459 million VND. That's almost 20,000
Maybe
USD.
there's this mini event in Vegas that's coming up. You know, maybe he will play in that.
Maybe. It's not in Asia, though. We know
That-
Elkie loves Asia.
You know, that tiny little thing that no one really talks about in Vegas that happens every year.
You're talking about Cher live in concert, right?
I was talking about Celine Dion, of course. They don't even give you a trophy in Vegas. Who wants a bracelet? God, what's wrong with you people? But I do remember the first time a friend of mine from Hong Kong, Anson Zhang, who
Let me
won
pause you
a-
for a moment, Stephen, if
Go
I
on.
may. We just saw an incredibly tight fold by the remaining short stack on the table. Under the gun +1 open, Dylan getting frisky now that the shortest stack has been eliminated, putting pressure on the remainder. And ace-10 hit the muck there. Very, very
From who?
interesting. The shortest stack, no ICM pressure. John
Oh.
Bonadies.
Wow.
Credit to Dylan for utilizing the table dynamics, the image, perhaps the fact that everybody just recently got used to the new pay jump. Making it look easy.
Well, you know what they say. You know what they say in Spider-Man. With great chip stock comes great responsibilities.
So is that it? Is Dylan the captain now?
Well, he's been forced to be the captain now. Anyway, I was saying, you know, like WSOP, despite joking about it not having a beautiful trophy, the first time I picked up my friend Anson Zhang's gold bracelet, it is special. You know, it feels like something very, very special.
Oh, it looks very cool as well. But I have to say the Lion Trophy does get my vote. Bracelets don't deserve extra seats on planes. The High Roller Trophy does, for sure.
Fair enough. But you
Bracelets
can use the
keep-
bracelet as your card protector.
Ah, you can use the trophy as your card protector if you build enough muscle.
And you play with gigantic novelty cards.
Any trophy you can keep in your pocket is no trophy. That's what I have to say about bracelets. Look at this. An seems to have grabbed raising chips.
Wow.
Oh, apologizes. Perhaps got confused.
Oh. I think he's forced to race because he's set race. Yeah, he has to min race.
Actually, the min raise would not be 420.
No,
It would be
not at all.
320.
Yes. Oh wow.
Oops.
No.
Let me just try and recount what happened here. Anwen opened the button, fairly standard, had a premium hand. I think Ango got confused about what was happening, thought she might have limped the button or perhaps just miscounted the raise. Committed to saying raise, as a result was forced to put in more chips in the middle. And when realizing exactly what is happening, immediately went all in, considering she did have the ace-queen. And of course, Ango had to fold that hand. So, bit of misfortune there for him to have to give away 400,000 chips that way. Let's just call it a
Just
bad
to
beat and move on.
Just to clarify one thing, the button raised to 410, which is a raise of 210, and for the big blind to re-raise, the minimum is actually 310. So that's the official rule, but I don't know what
I think you
happened.
misspoke there, Stephen, to clarify. The button raised to 210, you meant to say.
210, yeah, 210. Sorry, 210. So that means the amount she raised by was 110. So all the big blind had to do to min raise was to add 110 on top of 210. That means 320.
As I said, we can just chalk that up to a bad beat for Go and move on. He needs to make sure he does not let himself get rattled. Just readjust to the new situation. How about queens to make up for all the trauma? And of course, Ashish is raising on the button. He'll be doing that with any two. 16 bigs for Go. Has been burnt before. Big raise. A please fold type of raise. Essentially saying, if you have a big hand, let's go with it. If you don't, it's my pot, let's move on. And maybe next time you'll think twice about raising me on the button.
Or he wouldn't, because he would think you don't always have a good hand. So I would keep racing you.
Yeah, I have a feeling Ashish will not think twice about raising on the button. Exactly. If his play so far is any indication. He is now down to 21 big blinds, Ashish that is. Very much in the middle of the pack, but everybody's getting short. And let me just remind our viewers, we did reset the blinds when we reached the final table to a 30 big blind average, which is something that we do here at the APT to make sure there's a lot of play on this final table. But because of the chip distribution, the way chips have been flying about, the chip leaders ended up losing some chips. The bottom stacks, after eliminations, did end up gaining some chips. As a result, all the chip stacks are getting closer and closer together. 7 players left.
Ooh, there you go. Is queen suited from cutoff? Let's put in a 3-bet. Doesn't need to jam yet. He can 3-bet. Still. Just enough to 3-bet. Nope, he's jamming.
Well, interesting decision considering the hands that Nock had shown down after raising early position and calling 3-bets included ace-10 off and king-queen. Those hands might have called another 3-bet. Obviously would not call off a jam. Well, not obviously. Clearly Win is capable of anything, but more likely than not would not call off a jam. But Ashish,
he was trying to show an ace. Sorry, this is very funny. He pushed one cut away to the muck, and then he was trying to show an ace to say, you know, I wasn't really like out of line. And then I think he pushed the ace into the muck and
so he
showed
looked
the
at
other
the
card.
6. Did he end up showing the 6?
I don't think so. It was like he was a little bit embarrassed.
Man, this guy's funny. I think Dylan is perhaps the more intentionally funny person on this table, but I'm a big fan of Win's antics all of a sudden. So what a different...
Yes, a very similar... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying, what a different final table from the one we commentated on yesterday, Stephen, with the main event.
Oh, so different. Yesterday, there was a clear tiers. There were clearly 3 tiers. You know, you have your chip leaders, you have your middle stacks, and you have your short stacks. It's very clear. This time round, it's just all, apart from the very short stack, all the other stacks are kind of merged into one, like merged into similar sized, just battling it out kind of stacks.
If I could find one thread of commonality, it would be that the Indian players on both tables were the most active. Ashish now in the mix with Queen 10 off, raising from the hijack. Jack 7 defended from the big blind. These two players have had multiple hands battling it out. I'm of course also referring to Akshay Nasa on the main event final table yesterday. Certainly the most active player. In that case, he was coming from the ship leader element of it, the table captain. Wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I swear the RFID scanner is incorrect. It cannot be. What am I watching here?
Insta check raise with the
What
jack high.
am I watching here?
And mind you, Ashish will find it a bit difficult to be a believer. Unfortunately, he just has too little of a hand to continue. But that insta check raise had to be a little bit sus. What hand is feeling extremely confident to check raise there that quickly, that did not have the ability to 3-bet pre-flop?
That was a gutsy play.
Pick the right opponent also. Knows how wide
Of course.
Ashish has been opening. Continuation betting. There's method to this madness, ladies and gentlemen, but don't try it at home. Go Nicholas says street poker if the scanner was correct. Steven was joking, the scanner is in fact correct. What you are seeing is indeed what our man Win is up to. Street poker. Jack 7.
There you go.
Insta check raise. All in for the short stack. Finds the pair on the button. Has been patient. Will he be rewarded with the healthy pickup? Would take him up to 10 bigs or so. Indeed.
Oh, wow.
He showed it, I guess. Considering Dylan is thinking about it. 2 tiny short stacks under the 10 big blind mark in that danger zone. 5 stacks between 20 and 40. This is getting a bit shallow until one of the middle stacks, or you could call them big stacks, I guess, battle it out against each other, resulting in a clear chip leader. We're in a very, very different table dynamic, as you were correctly pointing out, Stephen. And perhaps not one that everybody is accustomed to. What could be the right strategy here?
I think you have to hit your flop and you show down the nuts. Because no one seems to be no one seems to be believing you. They, like, do you see that insta check raise with Jack High? No one believes anyone. You just get Hashish would do all sorts of moves and all sorts of open and putting in the aggression, and then he would just get repeatedly check raise.
Well, in that case, what about Wynn's strategy of being hyper aggressive post flop? Too risky?
Yeah, but the problem with that is because his pre-flop selections are pretty wide. And he doesn't seem to like choose good flops to bluff.
Oh, this
So
is not
I
an
don't know. I just got a feeling.
easy decision. Let's
Sorry.
remember. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just saw Anne Wynn have the exact same hand that she called off earlier in a very similar spot. John Bonadies has shoved 10 big blinds. Once again, she has king queen off on the big blind. For a moment, I thought she was just going to flick it in there, the way she looked at her cards and looked at her chips. Well, that is exactly what she does. And we're off to a race of sorts, 40-60. John Bonadies looking to double up, but is at risk. We might be looking at our 7th place finisher here. If Anne Wynn can
Alright,
catch a
all
king
in
or a
goal.
queen.
Tibao An is king queen offsuit against John Bonadis. Ace the suited of spade. Let's see the flop.
Or is exactly 6-4.
Ace on the
Flop is
flop.
ace,
Two
6,
hearts,
and 5.
giving all
Two
kinds
hearts.
of backdoor hopes, but not too much to write home about. 8%
John is
for
ahead.
win.
See the turn card.
A heart would make it spicy.
Turn is 5.
That's not a heart. Check mark for John Bonadis.
And the river cards.
Wow.
Crucial double up.
John
Up
Bonadis
to
will
20
double up.
bigs, and now there is only one
Much
short
needed.
stack who is in fact giving him a fist bump. You love to see it. Lev, now the only remaining short stack, gives the other short stack a fist bump when they double up. That is a level of support I have not seen at a final table in a while. Very cool.
Picking up the ante and the small blind, pushing John to 20 big blinds, which
Look
is
at that.
right in the middle of the pack.
4 stacks at 20 big blinds.
Yep.
1 stack at 9. And the remainder around the 30 mark. I almost can't get over it. That fist bump from Lev. Maybe these guys have had some camaraderie over the course of the day. Usually the other short stack is effectively flipping as well for the pay ladder. And the pay ladder here is getting pretty big. 19.5k to the 7th place finisher. They're all guaranteed that, of course. Next place gets 620 million VND. That's good for 26,000 USD or so.
Well, Rosie on YouTube is saying, there we go, patience. And go, 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 bro. So I'm guessing Rosie and John are related? Or is bro just a loose term for friend?
Let us know, Rosie. By the way, the short stack finds the fold with the ace-8. Pretty tight. Quinn has clearly shown a propensity to be in the mix with a wide variety of hands. In this case, would have been dominated by the ace-8. Gets this one through.
So there's this very famous football player from England called Ian Wright, who was a legend for the team called Arsenal, and he has a son who was also a footballer called Sean Wright Phillips. Both of them have retired now, and both of them are pundits on TV. And then they were debating on an issue, and Ian Wright actually said to Sean Wright, who is his son, and they're calling him bro. Look, bro. I'm like, no, he's your son. If he's your brother, that's really weird.
Wait, your son can be your bro, surely.
Yeah?
Like if
Maybe
you're
I'm
pals,
too
if you're buddies,
traditionalist.
if you're bros.
Yeah? He's your son. He's not your bro. So when your father is also your brother, that makes it a very interesting family relationship.
Ah, Steven, bro is not brother. I call women bro all the time. Bro's a bro.
Okay. Don't ask for the meaning, ask for the use, as Wittgenstein once wrote in a famous book.
Precisely. The philosophy of bro is going to be written about for generations. Are you familiar with all the frat boy usages? You wake up every day
Go
and
on.
you go like, Broheim, what's good? Brosephine, how you doing? Bro Linda. What's the hap?
No, stop it.
It's unlimited.
Oh, you're butchering the language of English.
Yeah, we love to do it.
It's funny. Oh, by the way, a good friend of mine, Vincent Lee, is heads up at the Hanoi high roller, single day high roller event right now.
Well, good luck, sir. Ship it, ship it. That is, of course, one of the last events we have going on. In fact, the single day high roller today, I believe, is technically called the last chance high roller. Perfect word, perfect phrase for it.
Oh,
Last.
Vincent has won already. Wow, well
Oh,
done,
GG.
Vincent.
There we go. Pocket
Well
fives
done,
hits the
man.
bucks, and good timing because Ashish has woken up with ace king suited against the short stack, well, relatively shorter stack of John Bonadies.
Not so short anymore after the double up, remember?
Oh, that is true. They are even in stacks.
Yes. Yeah, well, can't really do much with ace-9 off.
That's going to be that.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the ICM pressure of one single short stack. The bigger stacks and even the middle stacks can put a lot of pressure on other middle stacks right now. She certainly did not need a hand as strong as ace king suited to do what he did there. John also opening a little bit loose considering the ICM implications. Once again, perhaps that big blind ante coming into play. People are constantly surprising me from under the gun. He just acquired those chips. 7-handed. A lot of players to get through.
By the way, Rosie has replied, John is her actual brother.
Not butchering the language with bro then. Well, good luck to you, Rosie. Good luck to John, that is.
Well, the short stack has put his money in with ace queen off. Oh, just a raise. Wow, okay. There you go. It's a 6 big blind raise. Basically put it in.
Danger, danger. Show pocket queens, pocket queens. Promise?
Don't do it, Lev. Don't show it. Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Highest stake home game I've ever seen.
Another one.
After yesterday, that is. Poker's a game of information, lads. What are you doing? Well, the key is now that you've shown a hand to use that image. You can always adapt after a misstep like that. Misstep in my book, and apparently Steven's book, at least. The key is to make the most of the situation. Maybe shove a little bit lighter next time.
And then when you're shoving lighter, do you show or not?
Definitely not, unless you're like some sicko image, like manipulator. I'm out after the
So
first
like
level.
every hand you shove lighter and you show every time, and then eventually you're showing 7 juice. Is that
Well,
what
you
you
know what they say about leveling. Level 1 and level 3 are the same. By the time we're at level 3, I'm out. So, if you show it once, build an image, just use the opposite of it. Don't go too crazy after that. This is an inception.
Whew. Who is the DiCaprio character on this table then?
That is a great question. I have a feeling it's the man we're looking at right now. Oh, Quinn has just been beasting this table in his own fashion. Not the smoothest ride, but certainly an interesting one.
Yep. There's 3-bet the button. Good spot.
Good spot indeed, but makes it look easy. I mean, he's 3-betting the chip leader. Dylan can make all the faces he wants. He's been caught. The fact that he is making faces means there are no more moves that he's planning to make. Excuse me. I misspoke.
Wow. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was just laughing at Dylan's absolute guts.
Beast.
Ooh.
Maximum ICM pressure. What a move.
Wow.
Hats off, sir. Mind you, Quinn asking for a
Wow.
count. Likely to save face, but with this man, you just never know. And if this was one of those old school 2012 poker scenarios where everybody was going all in, 4-bet, 5-bet with all kinds of ace rag blockers, perhaps Quinn would consider making this call profitably. I suspect at this moment, he feels a little bit sick inside. What a move by Dylan. Knows the ICM pressure, and more importantly, knows what Quinn has been up to on this final table. He has not wasted the information that has been shared so far. There is no other way you can make a move like this.
Remember I owe you a beer yesterday? Let's have a little bet on this. If Dylan gets through, is he going to show?
Ah, okay. Which way do you go? I'll take the opposite.
I'll let you pick.
I think he's going to show.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to say he's not going to show. So
I hope he doesn't.
Here you go.
But this is such a boss
Double
move.
or nothing.
And Dylan is...
Double or nothing.
Okay, yeah, let's bet. But, you know, Dylan is a showboater on the best of days.
Yes.
Let's see what he does with this absolute boss move, which we suspect is going to go through. And mind you, if
please,
somehow finds the soul
please
read
go
call,
through.
he's going to be in the sweetest spot of this tournament so far.
Wow, if it doesn't go through, I really need to reevaluate everything about MTT poker.
What are we watching? Is this the high roller or is this the hyper turbo?
Just
Ace 6 3
pure
bet,
madness.
King 6 suited, 4 bet shove. Quinn pulling all kinds of faces now. I won't comment because I was wrong about Dylan. But he did actually put on a great performance, Dylan, you know. When you actually make those faces, it actually looks like a reverse tell. I think Dylan had just decided he's going to make that move. He threw me off. He is too smart to have been actually giving out those tells.
Wow, Win really is thinking about it.
By the way, I'll tell you why he will show. It's because he has a rail.
Oh.
I just realized I didn't
So
hustle
are you?
Lets it go. Shakes his head, lets it go. Probably shows the ace.
Okay,
I don't know
is he
why.
going to show? Is he going to show?
And now he has to show.
Go on, Dylan, don't show.
Yeah. No?
You win, right?
Well, the trophy and the
can't
graphics
tell.
covering, but I have a feeling he did not show, otherwise his rail might have exploded. And with that, we have hit the break. That's why the players have moved away. Apparently, the players did not care what happened in that hand, which is pretty fascinating. We certainly did, but as it happens, we have hit the break. If that hand is any indication, you should not be moving anywhere, and certainly not even think about closing this stream. I don't know what is. We will take the quickest break possible and be right back. My name is Vidar Singhal, along with Stephen Lai. Stay tuned. We will be closing this out with you. We're here at the APT. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
8 bigs. King 10 gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stack. Losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on a hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, King Jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even Queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the Queen of Diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Makes the call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s
would
maybe.
fold there.
Does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop in turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue. That cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due, he has converted his hand into convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat, top. Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
He'll try to get a translation and then end up reading it better.
I have King Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly short stack.
Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments, featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT, coming to you live from Hanoi. We are wrapping up the APT Summer Series here in Hanoi with this epic high roller final table. In case you missed it, we just saw an incredible hand, a 4-bet bluff. King 6 suited was the holding, getting the fold from the Ace 6 suited. Things are heating up, to say the least. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. We are bringing you the action all the way to the winner, and the winner will be getting $114,000 and that beautiful trophy that you just saw before you, the New Era Lion. The story of the hour seems to be shifting towards Mr. Dylan Foster from Australia. Made that incredible bluff as we went into the break. I did see some amazing YouTube comments that I want to go through, but before that I want to check in with you, Stephen. What did you make of that hand?
Pure madness, I would say. You know, the A6 was pretty crazy, but I think committing locking horns against another big stack with King 6 suited on a 4-bet jam, you know, you can call it courage or you can call it stupidity. I don't know which one, but it worked, so you must have been courage.
Fine line, as they say, between the two.
Anyway, we're back looking at the action, and Win is put Liv all in from the small blind with Queen Jack suited. Liv has Queen 10 off on 7 big blinds and plenty of time banks. Using one of them right now, counting his own chips again.
This is certainly a theoretical call. 7 big blinds. The pot odds on offer, considering the big blind ante, also help. Let's not forget, Win has been pretty erratic and loose, but lets this one go and actually makes a good decision considering he would have been dominated. So 7 big blinds is the shortest stack. That is the exact reason Dylan was applying that insane ICM pressure, having his opponent covered in that hand. I do want to talk a little bit more about it, but I did see some funny comments about it over the break. Gilbert Go says his 3rd 7th this series, referring to Dylan Foster. Dylan is going to finish 7th after all, referring to the idea that if Nock had called, he would have had Dylan dominated. As it happens, Dylan got that one through. Kind of stupid for chip leaders to tangle together. Well, yes, it is stupid until it works, as Steven just said. Also, we were discussing whether Dylan would show his hand. He did not show, so you were right there, Steven.
Thank you.
And Fitness Farang says,
well, I don't know. People did say in the comments that he showed it. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
But I think he probably mucked his card in a way that seemed like he showed it, but Turns out his rail did not know precisely what he had, so I guess he did not show it. Fitness Farang says, Hawk Win, Vietnam top pro. I believe you. Of course, I can look at his Hendon Mob. He has over 300,000 in earnings. That would make him pretty high up on the Vietnam all-time money list. A score of $127,000 this year alone. Clearly in the mood to add to his coffers by that $114,000 first place prize. Absolutely going for it in every spot he can. But did get a little bit punished there by Dylan.
I mean, if you're that trigger happy with ace 6, you know, you get punished.
Obviously coming back from the break, blinds have gone up. 60K, 120K. Look at those stacks. 7 big blind. Lev, seat 8, the shortest stack. Player from Russia. Is hanging around, as they say, so far. Did find that fold with the Queen 10 a couple of hands ago. Looking for a spot to get them in there. A lot of the middle stacks are absolutely handcuffed, waiting for Lev to bust. 7th place good for 19,500 US dollars. After that, we move into past the $500 million mark in the local Vietnamese dong currency. 620 million VND equals about $26,000 for 6th place. 5th place good for 800 million. That's 34,000 US. 4th place basically $1 billion in VND. That's about $42,000 US. 3rd place 1.2 billion. That's over $50,000 in USD. $77,000 USD for 2nd place. That's 1.8 billion Vietnamese dong. And as we've said, the top prize, $114,000.
Sweet.
With all the madness...
I'm actually going... Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just about to point out, looking at the chat, with all the madness that has transpired over the past half an hour or so on this final table, the player who had been the most active seemed to have quietened down. Ashish Manot. Few people talking about him in chat, but all the love for Ashish has also disappeared. Anybody watching for Ashish in chat, let's hear it. Let's hear some LFGs for the Indian player on the table. There we go. He's in a hand here. Ace on the big blind. And the short stack has gone all in. This might be a call.
Well, I was going to respond to your comment about Ashish being quieter. I think it's because he noticed all the other, quote, big stacks are killing each other. So he just thought, oh, well, hang on a minute. I can just step back and watch them fight it off. And then I can lather up a little bit before I get involved.
Makes
Not
the call.
a bad strategy. There you go. Flippy, flippy.
Anish Aro in chat saying, let's go, the rail is on. Referring, of course, to Ashish. Well, he does need your chat energy right now to win this flip. Lev at risk to be the 7th player out of this high roller.
Flop is 3, 8, and 7.
Clean so far.
Web still ahead. Let's see the finger. Turn 7.
Oh my. The old counterfeit odds.
And the river card.
Look at those 12 outs on top.
Any 3? Any ace, any 5.
That's not one of them.
Web will double up.
Wow. Cracks a smile. Deuce, deuce, can't lose, said somebody in chat. Indeed, that is the case. And now Ashish is the one crippled. Down to 12 bigs. Gotta win flips to win tournaments.
Final table ever going to end.
Look at those stacks. 5 stacks below 15 bigs. You don't see that very often.
Well, Dylan, you've got a responsibility now. You are the chip leader for sure.
Think about the ICM pressure you can apply as a chip leader. 5 stacks below 15 big blinds, pretty much all tied for bottom place. None of them wants to go out. And let me just point out the difference between going out in 7th, $19.5 thousand guaranteed, and 3rd is a whopping $32,000. That's the level of ICM pressure we're talking about. 10x of the buy-in. Anisha Roa in chat says 12 big blinds and a dream, LFG, referring once again to Ashish's stack. There we go, lots of support coming for Ashish now that he's been whittled down to 12 big blinds. Will certainly help if he ends up in another flip. All that good energy. Quick fold with the ace-7 suited. Under the gun raise being respected. Table captain doing what table captain does. Opening light. And taking it down.
Perfect.
That's the rule. Go Dwayne. Go baby. Rack 'em on.
There's a trophy we're playing for.
Right, hurry up. Trying.
Pewter plus 24 karat gold plating. Plus that epic design. Okay, so some India flags in chat. Who else can we hype up? I'm sure Dylan has some fans, not just in the building, as we hear his Australian rail from time to time, but also in the chat. Surely John Bonadies, who had a lot of support early on, including his sister, I believe, right?
Rosie.
Rosie. Has been quiet off late. Perhaps some energy in chat is exactly what he needs. Half an hour ago to get some good cards.
Well, the Australian viewers were complaining, saying, you know, it's getting very late in Australia. So it's 12:14. It's almost 1 a.m. in Hong Kong. Plus 3, that's 4 a.m. in Australia. Some parts of Australia.
Natural 9. Wrong game.
Well, we thank anybody from Australia watching. Do pipe up in chat if you are from Australia. Happy to give you a shout out for staying up so late with us.
Good fault? Okay.
11, 12, 13, 15, 15. 5 short stacks. Huge ladders. I feel like a balloon that is just being inflated and inflated, waiting to pop.
That's a good way of putting it.
The tension on this table is just rising and rising in terms of who is going to be next. 5 short stacks around. Queen 9 suited on the hijack is the exact hand that cannot do anything. And how about aces when you have 11 bigs? All that chat energy seems to have worked. Aces for Ashish has been one of the most active players at the table. Has just enough in his stack to open instead of jam without it looking too suspect. King 9 hits the muck. Dylan with King Jack suited. Does he want to make another one of his now signature moves? He does. He realizes there's 4 short stacks. Wants to put maximum pressure. John Bonnie wakes up with 6s. He's going to find the easy fold now that Dylan has put the entire table all in. Insta-call from Ashish is in a great spot to double up and separate himself from the pack.
King Jack suited.
Pocket ace for
King Jack suited.
And
Suited is good.
Diamond. Dylan Wayne. Ashish is covered. Let's see the bluff. Flop is 8, ace, and 9. 2 hearts.
Chop set. Some backdoors.
See the
10 of diamonds would be excellent.
Max
There
drama.
is 5 of hearts.
Oh,
And the
Sober.
river card is a 8. And
So Ashish gets a crucial
Ashish
double up. Only 4 stacks now are the shortest stacks. Ashish is now up to 3 million in chips. Dylan has been crippled down to 3.7 million. We have a clear second place on this table. Well, excuse me, not clear. Of course, Mock Win was around the 3 million mark as well. So it's like 3 chip leaders and 4 short stack. What do you think, Steven? What an interesting dynamic.
well, I think it's going to take a long time before we get another bust. You know, people are just not dying here. You know, 26 minutes ago for this level, I don't imagine there's going to be another bust out within this level.
Why do you say, after all, aren't the stacks too shallow to not be going all in frequently?
Well, it's been like that for 2 levels already. You know, there have been 2 very shallow stacks, and they just seem to have been tight, and people folding to them. Like when they jam, people fold. You know, they seem to not be able to eliminate the short stacks. And when Dylan tried, walked into aces.
Yeah, I like that shot from him. Ashish, one of the few players who would be opening without having a strong hand, despite being one of the shorter stacks. And Dylan knew, with 4 short stacks in the mix, he could get a lot of folds from Ashish. King Jack suited also would have enough equity against most hands barring aces and kings. Just ran into top of range there. Ace Queen now for the newly minted cold chip leader. 3-way chip leader. It's going to look like he's playing the rush. Has built up his image of being extremely loose, showing down Queen 5 suited, calling off Queen 7 suited. John Bonadies does have a hand.
To be fair, Dylan is in no way crippled either. You know, he's still got a lot of chips and still in for a shout.
Unsurprisingly,
Ace
John
nine goes
Bonadies
in.
is all in.
All
Last
right.
time Ashish opened and called it off, he had Queen 7 suited. John Bonadies decides to take this spot, and who can blame him? He's going to get the bad news if action goes all the way back to Ashish.
You would be absolutely reckless to do anything with pocket fours here. Let's go.
Ace 9 for John. Ace
John
queen
Bonadies
offsuit
at
for
risk.
Ashish. John
Ashish
covered.
in position to
Let's
take
see
the
the
chip
flop.
lead.
I like the fact that you
Flop
know
is
he only
queen,
took
jack.
1 hand to prove me wrong.
First for Ashish.
Most likely that is the case. 97% equity for Ashish to eliminate John. That is an interesting
jack.
card. A jack would be a
Ashish
chop.
well.
So would an ace. Oh, excuse me. Oh, a 9 on the river does nothing to help John. We lose
Yeah,
our
Ben.
6th place finisher. 7th, excuse me. John Bonadies
Seventh.
goes out in 7th for $19,500 US in his coffer. That's good for 459 million of the local Vietnamese currency. And then there were 6, and there's a new chip leader, Ashish Manot. Manot the GOAT, as they call him, has now spun his way up with those aces, and now the ace queen to the top of the leaderboard.
And I must congratulate Dylan Foster for being at least 6th in this event. Best finish in the series.
Great point. He had 2 7th place finishes.
You can't be upset for having 3 final tables in one series, can you?
Not at all.
You know, it
Great
cannot be
showing.
bad. I think like we discussed earlier, was it with you or was it with Greg? You know, coming 7th in every tournament, I'll take that.
Yeah, I think it was you and I talking, of course, about Dylan. All in, says Onk. From the small blind, had ace-jack suited. Is going to show it. That one still makes sense. That's an automatic all-in. Hand plays itself.
Of course.
And how about the likes of Lev, Angyo, and other short stacks who have now laddered up, thanks to the unfortunate demise of John Bonadies there. All players now guaranteed 620 million.
We have a Russian comment.
Oh yeah, I have no idea
So
what it
railing.
says.
Yep. Well, Google translates, my friend. Let me have a look. Hope
Lord
it's not something
Lordovich. I can read the name of the poster. Great name. Lord Lordovich.
Let's have a look.
Well, we saw an ICM laddering masterclass yesterday from our third place finisher, Japanese sensation, Takumasa. 3 short stacks left. Grinding it out.
So the Russian commenter is asking, how much is that in English pounds? Well,
114,000 US, probably close to 100K.
114,000 US, with the GBP being so low these days, it's about 91,000 pounds.
Hey. Z-High never died.
There you go. 3 short
I don't
stacks
have friends.
tied at the
I
bottom.
have family.
Somebody quoting Fast and the Furious. All right. Vin Diesel in the house.
I don't know anything.
I don't have friends,
No
I have
idea.
family.
I didn't get that reference at all.
Well, then you're a man of taste, unfortunately for me. I did get that reference. I have watched every Fast and Furious movie. and I do not regret it.
Good.
The Fast and the Furious movies are one of those experiences where your hands just involuntarily come together and start clapping at whatever you're watching on the screen. You hate yourself for it, but you have no control over it.
So it's basically racing car porn, is it?
Actually, it started out that way. Now it's just whatever you want it to be porn. It is. It just needs to have a car in the image, in the photography. There needs to be a vehicle of some sort. It could be a tank. It could be a plane. After that, they just get to do whatever action movie move they want. They literally went to space in the last movie. I wish I was kidding.
No.
A car
they
was
did
in
not go to
space.
space.
A car with rockets attached to its sides was in the stratosphere.
Spoiler alert.
Ironically.
Oh, don't underestimate Hollywood.
And
I'm
the two
sure
people
it
in the
was
car
for
were like,
irony.
"Oh man, I told you not to get the wrench that we needed." And they're like, "We're in space, god damn it!" It's like the weirdest sequence of all time.
I think I have to watch it now. Oh.
You know, when you're
sure
driving,
it's
you
far
take a
less
left, end up in the stratosphere. Happens to the best of us. Back to the
sure you
action
made
before
it.
we get too crazy. I mean, we're
made
12
it a
hours
lot.
into the stream. It's now officially midnight.
You made it a lot funnier than it is, I'm sure.
By the way,
Oh,
Dylan, the chip leader, erstwhile chip leader, still making some moves, raised under the gun, gets resistance from the newly doubled up Lev with the ace-king. These small pickups, these 3 bets, when the stacks are getting shallow like they have, makes so much difference. Look at this now, 17 big blinds now. 4th place for Lev, and bottom place for the Vietnamese contender, Ang Yo, down to 10 bigs.
not opening 7-3 suited under the gun? What's wrong with you? Are you not game?
Disappointing.
King 9 off from the cutoff.
She's been pretty snug.
Yeah.
Perhaps she's the equivalent of Takumasa, really respecting ICM.
Well, maybe you are being a little bit forgetful that she did call off with King Queen one hand.
Twice, actually.
Twice.
Great point. A walk.
Dylan got a walk.
He
Nice.
looks more surprised than anybody else.
Oh, he's showing now.
And by the way, in case you're watching and you've been hearing us get a little bit perturbed every time somebody gives away free information and shows their card, it's okay to show when you get a walk. You had nothing to do with those cards. You made no action. It's also okay to show when you shove the small blind with a strong hand, like Win did a few hands ago. You're just saying the hand played itself. Those are sort of unique scenarios. It's just when the information would be valuable to your opponent. I'd resist the temptation.
Even the small blind example you gave, I'm still not comfortable showing. You know, just because I jam aces doesn't mean I need to jam aces, you know? From the small blind. So pretty much the only exception I would give is a big blind walk.
I'll tell you what though, Steven, I am in favor of strategically showing bluffs. If you really think it's going to throw off your opponent, there is merit to it.
Yeah, well, I can see it, I can imagine it, but I don't think I have got the right strategy for it.
Very
so
interesting.
I'll just not do it.
I think I'm intrigued because you and I disagree here. I do think live poker offers a lot of edges, which is what makes it arguably even more interesting than online poker. And sometimes you can just see an opponent who is prone to tilt, who is prone to acting emotionally as opposed to rationally. To maybe simplify things, you can see an opponent you can easily get under the skin of. And sometimes it's that easy to show a good bluff, and you know that might unravel.
I just worry that I will do it at the wrong time. You know, it's because every time when I'm doing something that requires the other side being perceptive, I suppose is the word. You know, what I find it uncomfortable. You know, when I play my two cards, when I play my range, I feel like I'm more in control of the situation.
It all comes down to that GTO versus exploitative debate at the end, doesn't it?
A little bit, I suppose. You know, I do not claim to be like a GTO expert in any way, but you know, I do believe though that aces. I do believe in aces.
I do believe in
Here
aces.
we go.
I do.
Here we go.
Hit by the deck. The poker gods are raining aces on Ashish today. I suspect chat should be getting pretty pumped at this. Last time around, he found the full double up. He was a short stack in that situation. He has found the right customer with the right kind of hand. Win does not like to give the likes of Ashish credit.
It's gonna 3-bet. No, okay. Phew. Wow, is he going to go out of line and have a big squeeze? Nope, good.
Very disciplined.
Right, let's see the flop. Let's see the flop.
Win does have those ace crackers kind of hand. Suited connectors. Lots of possibilities. How's that for a possibility? Open-ended straight draw.
The flop is 9-7-4 with 2 clubs. The top card is the flush draw card. Ashi has no problem c-betting here. He has the backdoor flush draw card. Nut, backdoor flush draw card. Smooth call that with the open-ended. Draw another club. That means the Jack of clubs and the Six of clubs are no longer out. His equities dropped right down to 14%.
Ashish takes the check back there. I mean, he's in a way trapping as well. The 8 on the river is an interesting card. Nokwin also played it fairly passively, considering the short stacks to consider busting. But now with the 8 and the check back on the turn, does he think he has the best hand?
He is betting.
Big bet and a quick
snap
call.
So fast. The rich just got richer.
Aces again, and we hear in chat, assumably a Vietnamese fan. Ashish is so lucky he has nice hands all the time. Indeed, he is running very, very well and very, very hot. To get aces twice on a high stakes final table takes a lot of luck.
Now he's pulling away. He's the outright chip leader now. 6.1 million in chips, 50 big blinds. Dylan is 28 big blinds, and then hey, Leaf is 19 big blinds. He's playing very well. He's nursing his short stack, slowly climbing up. Always the quiet ones. Ashish is the chosen one. Yep, so far he is. But who knows? We've got a long way to go. Still a lot to play.
Blind versus blind. Lev versus Anwen. A limp to get things going. Anwen was down to 10 bigs. Lev could have found the all-in there. Chooses to limp instead. Has her dominated going into this flop. Ace, King, 8, Rainbow. Has to think that aces and kings might be going all in Anwen's shoes with 10 bigs, facing a limp on the small blind. Does get to represent all the aces and kings, meanwhile Anwen can barely have any of them.
Danger.
That's the fold.
Good bet and a good fold.
No read, danger.
Dylan is trying to talk to anyone who would listen. So judging by what I've seen so far, I'm going to make my prediction for the heads-up battle.
Okay, let's hear
I think
it.
it's going to be... I think Dylan will make it. And I think it's between Ashish and Leaf. So I would take
Really?
Ashish.
Leave.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. Impressed by his play, I suppose, over the past few
How about
orbits.
you?
I think I'd go with the odds there. I mean, Ashish is a clear chip leader. So I would say he would be the lock right now. If he was even in chips, I might agree with you about Dylan being the favorite. Ashish is just willing to go for it. A bit more than perhaps Dylan is. Of course, Dylan had the epic bluff, but Ashish is just always in the mix. We saw him go down to as low as 12 big blinds. All in, says the shortest stack on the table. Dylan has raised with ace-8 suited. Is he priced in for a call? That's a lot of chips he needs to put in the middle.
Yeah, it's actually slightly too much for ace-8 suited. It's not too bad to call, but a fold wouldn't be too bad either. I'm quite indifferent here. Indifferent here.
And I think it needs to be opponent dependent as well. After all the patience shown by Win, very unlikely to have a hand that's ever far behind ace-8 suited. Others in a position might be betting light there. Her range is going to be heavily weighted towards pairs such as the one she has and better aces.
Oh, here we go.
Dylan needs to think.
Well, he has 26 big blinds. You will have to risk another 10. 1 million to call, or just less than 10. 8 big blinds. So that means it will go down to 14 for the whole tournament.
What in the world? And Win, all in and at risk, waiting for Dylan to make a decision on calling. I believe is chatting with her rail.
Yeah, solid fold.
Love it.
Solid fold.
I'm always in favor of displaying positive emotions, including that of excitement, at the poker table. Including sometimes if you're rubbing it in the opponent's face, as long as you're not doing it for that purpose, if it's an actual expulsion of relief, of happiness, go for it. I want to see more. Let's take a moment to think about Anne Win, by the way.
Go on.
If her Hendon Mob is to be believed, very, very few tournament results so far. Not everything is reported, of course, but we're talking single-digit thousands, at least in terms of what's on Hendon Mob. Clearly, she has all kinds of tournament experience. You don't just bink your way into a high roller, but what a story this would be for her to have what is already an impressive score, an impressive performance. Final tabling now in the top 6 of the high roller here at the APT. But if she can make an even deeper run, be competitive for that trophy, what an amazing testament to the local Vietnamese poker scene that would be.
And also, you know, a female player is very, very good for the game.
She'll probably be the first to win the high roller at the APT. How about that fold?
A little tight, I say, but it's okay.
Under the gun
Against
opens.
Win as well, you know? Against him, he's splashy.
Yeah, it's a little bit to do with timing, I suspect, too. Win has been quiet just long enough to get a little bit of credit, maybe, from Dylan. And not to mention, these two are the middle stacks. When you're middle stack playing another middle stack, aggression is the name of the game. Apply that ICM pressure.
I thought you were meant to jam pre-flop over the top.
That's only when
like
you have a
you
6
did
in your
before
hand.
the break.
No 6 in your hand, you can't jam.
Oh, it's like a randomizer thing, is it?
It's just like maximum sicko move. The most disconnected card of all time.
Oh, so advanced.
Ace 5 feels
I
like a
was,
wheel. Ace 7 feels like a high enough ace. Ace 6 is just trash. Boom, 3-bet. Well, talk about being hit by the deck. 9's on the button. It's going to look like a steal. Question is, does anybody have something to fight back with?
Is Ashish going to have another victim? Oh, pocket fours is pretty strong. It's not bad at all. 7 big blinds. Is he going to gamble?
Well, this would be an absurd laydown. I mean, you have pocket fours. The loosest player and the chip leader at the table has open on the button. The range is going to be pretty wide. I think this is the spot you have to go for it. You might not have as much fold equity as you want, considering Ashish has been calling off Queen 7, Queen 5 suited, etc. It's hard to find a pocket pair.
But you're going to get pure equity a lot of the time, don't you?
Insta call.
Right.
Gets the bad news.
Go.
We might be looking at losing our 6th place finisher here. Dominated going into this flop. 9s versus 4s. Needs a 4. Or a lot of spades. Is Ashish about to collect another scalp?
Well, I don't know whether you noticed, but Dylan folded 5-6.
Moko has
So
pocket 9.
some of the straight outs are gone as well.
Mono Ashish has pocket 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Pocket 9 for us. Mono. And Porco pocket 4. Let's
Off
see
to the
clock.
board. Let's make it interesting. Come on. That's not it.
King Jack 8. Mono is still ahead. Let's see the turn.
How about Queen? No, Queen doesn't have
Turn
anything.
Jack.
A Jack. No.
River.
Unfortunately, a king doesn't chop it either. 9 would be the best kicker. 4 and a 4 only. That's not it.
River
We
10.
lose our 6th place finisher. Ang Yo from
Congratulations
Vietnam.
for
Great performance.
An Ngo Qua, 6th place of APT High Roller 8 Max event. Congratulations.
Walks away with 620 million VND. His own local currency. That's 26,000 US dollars to the rest of us. Absolutely incredible score after a 2-day grind. Is rewarded, but it's always bittersweet.
I broke the 6
And with that, 1 small stack, 14 big blinds, 3 middle stacks, 20-ish big blinds, 1 big stack. The man who just got the elimination, Ashish Manot.
How the fuck do I do that?
1 Vietnamese player still
Hey,
in the
watch
mix.
your language, Dylan. Sorry, children.
No matter what happens from here on a shit. My last 11 final tables are either 6 or 7. Only 6 or 7.
Hey, there you go. He's talking about that.
Naughty,
Only
naughty
6th
boy.
or 7th finish. He's now 5th. Minimum 5th. It's breaking through. Pocket Kings. Pocket bloody Kings. Here
I was
we
just
go.
about to say, one of the Vietnamese players left is a short stack, the other one is a middle stack. The short stack picks up the perfect hand, Pocket Kings. Five-handed.
Ashish is interested. Pocket 4s. Oh my god.
What a fold.
Okay, good.
Five-handed. Despite Wynn's tight image, and Wynn that is, she could easily be raising much weaker holdings. She decides he does not want to tango this time. Lets the pocket 4s go. Great fold there. A 9 or an 8 would have been trouble for Wynn knock, but the ace jack with 2 diamonds. It's gonna look pretty ugly. King's not too happy. Always an ace. Yeah. It's okay. You have the king of diamonds. Probably still have the best hand. And 9 big blinds.
Just bet 1. Just bet 1 big blind. Not too much.
It's about 1.5. Great bet.
Yeah, it's good.
Shows
Yeah,
the
yeah,
king.
yeah. Show the world. For the camera. For the camera.
You still win the pot though.
Oh, I'm worried about the A's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Then don't bet.
Well, she made it work.
Stop saying things like that.
Does show happily. Is now
Yep.
once again effectively tied. 4 short stacks. 1 Ashish Manot. Trying to hoover them up. Talk about the ICM pressure. I spoke earlier about what the differential will get you. Well, now we're 5-handed with 4 short stacks. 34,000 guaranteed to the 5th place finisher. double of that, 77,000 to the second place finisher. If you can wait for your fellow short stacks to bust, you will double your prize. Is that the strategy you want to imply? Or do you want to go for it all? That's the question for all the short stacks right now. I feel like I can answer pretty confidently for a couple of them. I mean, Knock comes to mind. Has been going for it constantly. Dylan Foster as well, perhaps. Ashish jams it in, and Dylan
Here we go.
is going to feel the heat of ICM at this very moment.
He's for sure folding now.
I don't know. He knows how wide Ashish should be jamming. It's exactly what I just said. Do you want a ladder or do you want to go for it?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, he made a comment not long ago saying he broke his duck. You know, he kept coming 6th and 7th, and now he's 5th. It's almost like the shackles have been. He's been released from the shackles. You know, he feels like, yeah, you know,
Is he free rolling maybe?
5th. Yeah, exactly. He's ready to gamble. But not with ace-9, sir. Not with ace-9. Not
By the
with
way, now
ace-9
that
off.
you mentioned that, Stephen, perhaps that's also a lot of information to be giving out to the players. Does make the call.
Oh!
Knows he's ahead often enough. Hoping also that nobody wakes up with a hand behind him. Music to the ears of the other short stack.
Wow.
Short stacks, I should say. We have an all-in and another player at risk. Another scalp for Ashish to grab, but if he fails to do so, Ashish will lose the chip lead and concede, or rather cede it to Dylan. Big flop coming.
Wow.
Alright, good flop.
9.
Flop
Doesn't change
396.
much per se. Still a queen or
Queen
jack
still
needed.
With one pair.
Oh, if you're watching, this is for you.
Now let's see the turn.
Yeah.
Not a curse, watch. Oh, the baby!
Turn
Oh
10.
my.
Friends in Australia. Oh
Action
my
turn.
God.
Great draw
Look
for
at the
Ashish.
out counter.
He
14
needs
of
8
them.
or king to got the pot. Now let's see the river.
3, 3, 3. Yes, let's go.
River
Clean.
double up for Mr. Wayne.
We have a new chip leader.
That's what you call energy, baby.
Oh
That's for
dear.
you, Mum. You're not a curse.
That's for you, Mum. You're not a curse. Here we go.
Let's fucking go.
Love it.
Less sorry, children.
Get this man a TV show right now.
Wow, 5.6 million in chips. The new chip leader. Okay, joking aside, in all seriousness, calling off from the button against the, putting your tournament life at risk with 2 more players behind you who are similar in stack size as you. Really don't try this at home. Ace-9 off, not a really good combo here. If he was the big blind, I can understand. I can almost say, go for it, let's gamble. You know, he still had 2 more players behind him to act. That could become an absolute disaster, an ICM disaster. So that's just my 2 pennies worth. Obviously, courage and stupidity. That's a very fine line between the two. And he took down the pot, so he's, obviously he's courageous and he did something right there. So well done, Dylan, well done.
Gilbert Go in chat agrees with you even before you said what you said right now. He said that he, as in Dylan, got lucky, but that's definitely a wrong call. Well, the thing is, nobody ever plays truly GTO. And when we're watching players, they're at 12 hours into their day of grueling poker. Their decision-making might not be as theoretically sound. I think in this case, Dylan just decided he was ahead of the all-in range of Ashish and just wanted to go for it. Worked out this time.
Whew. Indeed. And our Vietnamese friend on YouTube is saying, thanks for the hero call against the chip leader. Well done, bro.
Danger.
Dylan says, I have the
now
chip
he's
lead.
racing.
I know what to do with it. Especially when Anwen is on the button. Has been a bit passive. Not this time. Reaching for chips. Will defend. Has a dominating hand. The shortest stack though.
Not a long time since we've seen a post flop.
Dylan talking in the middle of a hand. Commenting on how we're even seeing a flop. Okay.
Ace King 4. The top pair is not the flush draw. The top card. The ace is not the flush draw.
Extremely ideal flop for the pre-flop raiser. And does not have enough chips to tango. Lets it go. Is this going to be the
YouTube is
story?
smelling like lager and barbecue right now. It's for Australians. The Australians are out. Mummy coming to watch you. See ya. Let's go, Dylan. Dylan number 1. There you go. It's okay, Gilbert. I think we can disagree. It's okay. It's okay. Don't get too argumentative here. If people think calling off from the button with ace-9 off is a sign of wanting the championship, wanting to win the whole thing, then they can think that way. It's fine. No problem. No problem at all. But like I said before, if you like gambling, the baccarat table is not, well, actually not in Vietnam, but you can always go to a baccarat table.
Hey, maybe that's why. There's no baccarat table nearby. He's on the final table. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? How about ace is under the gun right after he opened with the 10-9 off? Who can gather up the courage for some
Dylan is going to get to the head? Did I say Dylan was going to get to heads up?
Absolutely, you did.
And I also said many different names. You throw enough darts, you hit the board.
Discipline laid down. Good timing. Shows the aces.
Very, very good. Yeah, you raise with aces.
We are 5-handed. Each player guaranteed 800 million Vietnamese dong. 34,000 USD. 3 short stacks, 11, 12, and 13 bigs. That means maximum pressure on the middle stack. Second place good for 77,000 instead of 34.
And if Dylan does win the whole thing, he will be remembered for doing, well, obviously there'll be many more hands to come, but so far he'll be remembered for 2 crazy moves. One was the 4-bet jam with King 6. The other one would have been the ace-9 off, calling off for his tournament live from the button.
And let's not forget his dance moves as well.
Oh, of course.
Win. Raises under the gun. Gets it through. He's going to be happy with the result simply because picking up the blinds is valuable right now. Separates you from the pack.
Correct. Very correct. Well, I have to say the vibes are very good here. Everyone is having a laugh. Even the Russian man is smiling. I mean, that surely means it's a good party. But only a small smile. You can't be too happy if you're Russian. Not allowed. Illegal.
Unless there's vodka.
Oh, you still can't smile too much. You know, you just drink it and be very happy inside. You're still ice cold on the outside.
Yeah, you're right. I tried reading Anna Karenina. 20 pages I got through.
Yeah. Oh, it's
too
a good
depressing. Nobody's happy. It's too cold.
I'm sure there are more reasons for the tragedy than the weather.
Have you tried smiling in the cold, Stephen? It's hard.
Yes, I have.
Have to expend a lot of energy. How about the all-in, by the way?
Exactly.
Shoves into the open of Ashish.
Yep.
ICM damned. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Saw the spot, took it. Has now put more distance between him and the two shorter stacks, but that was a risky, risky move.
Once again, Ashish must be thinking, okay, just wait until I get a good hand.
Yeah, he's had aces twice. Just needs to wait for the next one. Easy. Keeps seem to dropping on him. Nines also once. Led to the elimination of Angyo.
She asked you, are you single? I said, you are the single. I sing.
Oh, singer. She asked me if I was single.
Oh, are you a singer? Are you single? I was like, it's not dating. It's not a blind date poker night.
There is that hand that we were talking about Ashish having. Begging for an ace rag to 3-bet all in now.
Begging Win to have an ace rack. 2-3-bet all in. Nope.
Okay, picks it up. Plus 400k, 25 bigs for Ashish. Chip leader, Dylan. Third in chips, Okwin, 17 bigs. 2 short stacks, 11 bigs apiece. 2 Vietnamese players still left at the table. 1 Russian, 1 Australian, 1 Indian. What an event this has been. What a series and what an event. It has far exceeded my expectations, especially once I got into the booths. I know we've been at it all day. You've been here throughout this whole this whole day too, excuse me. But this final table has really amped things up at the end of this day.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it truly. It's been very fun, and there's a lot of really interesting poker being played.
A worthy end to the summer series here at Hanoi. The Asian Poker Tour is wrapping up today, but do not forget the next summer series, July 21st. Things kick off in Da Nang, Vietnam. It's going to be amazing. Come down, enjoy the beach. I believe Da Nang is right next to Hoi An, another sister town. Lots of touristy things to do, family friendly, and then another 10 days of epic poker.
Well, my friend Alan Lau, who is a very, very one of the best MTT players from Hong Kong, he just sent me a photo of his desktop with our stream on one side and 6 MTT tables running at the same time.
Okay, good luck, sir, Mr. Allen Lau. The Sunday grind is on.
Indeed. And for viewers watching in Hong Kong or any law enforcement bodies watching this, Alan Lau does not live in Hong Kong right now, so he's allowed to play poker.
And for viewers watching in India, firstly, 1.5 hours behind, 11 p.m., so in the middle of the Sunday grind, take a moment, shout out Ashish the way you've been doing so far. Maybe shout out some other players as well. Whose play have you enjoyed the most? And if you want to say something shady in Hindi, feel free, and I'll decide whether it's appropriate for me to translate on stream or not. How's that to spice things up? I can only speak Hindi. Not sure where Ashish is from, frankly. We'll figure it out.
I just got a thank you note from Alan Lau, reminding viewers of his current location.
Gilbert in chat says, I have lived in Vietnam for 8 years and Da Nang is the beach destination in this country. IMO. I suppose you meant the best beach destination? I'm probably going to agree with you there. I've heard amazing things about it. Back to the action, by the way. Ashish has just jammed it in there with the King Jack of Diamonds. Reverse ICM pressure. Wow, gets it through. What in the world is going on here? Dylan opened under the gun with ace-3 off. Fairly standard thing for the chip leader to do. By the time it got back to Ashish in the big blind, ICM be damned, King Jack Diamonds good enough to just get it in there.
Oh, a smiling Russian again. This must be a happy final table.
The moves just don't stop being made. The man on screen right now, Wing Ngok, was one of the first to make a few moves. Got pushed back from Dylan. Ashish has been super active. Went for it again. Worked out. Players are just living on the edge here. We all know how much Win loves King Queen off and runs into another strong hand this time. The short stack of An Win has Ace King suited. I suspect there is only one move she has in mind. Get it all in there. By the way, a big open too with the King Queen off to 400k. 2.5x. And all in from An Win.
Not yet. No, that's the time bank. Oh, sorry.
Well, fair enough. I like the
Sorry,
balance. Does go all in now. It's going to be 1 million to call with 2.2 in the middle.
Oh.
Quick call.
All right, we
Dominated.
Have
Yeah, of course it's gonna hit. Of course it's gonna snap it.
Well, he loves King Queen, but what a spot An Win has found herself in. 3.1 million chips in the middle.
King Queen.
76% to scoop them.
All right, let's see the flop.
No queen is what she's saying, or an ace will do as well. Flops him dead pretty much.
Still ahead with pocket. I mean, one pair.
Takes a walk, releases the tension, hugs her rail.
Turn.
I love it.
8.
Yep.
And we're done.
And waves to the camera.
River 6, double up for Miss Thibault.
We need to hold up this final table footage as a demonstration of what high stakes final tables in poker can be. We see some comments in chat. The HRFTs I have watched all these years are mostly dead silent. The players hardly even move. I agree. And you know what? Sometimes I'm excited because it means we're seeing some elite poker maybe. It's the high roller. If you watch some other high stakes poker, super high roller series, you see a lot of tanking, a lot of standing still. How about taking a walk when you hit the ace on the flop? How about going and hugging your rail? How about dancing like Dylan has been?
How about smiling? A Russian smiling. You mean that's special?
That is indeed special. That's how the chip stacks are now. 2 short stacks tied for the bottom position. With that double up, An Win has now secured herself 3rd place in chips and a healthy distance from the shorter stacks. Win knock, maybe. Time to fall out of love with the King Queen. I did notice that Win knock was not one of your picks for reaching heads up. You can certainly see why. Gets himself in tricky spots with hands that tend to be dominated.
Mm-hmm.
Ace-8 off on the cutoff. Usually a standard open, 5-handed. Does she want to play the rush?
Go for it.
This does happen a lot. This is very, very punishable. If Ashish or Dylan decide they don't want to let it stand. Actually, they find the folds and she gets to another hand. How about that momentum? Plus 400k.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Come on. Let's see a lady heads up for it all. Make APT history.
Did they have any ladies event at this series?
They did. Good turnout as well. I believe the numbers hit 40 something, whereas the last ladies event, I'm not counting Taiwan, of course, because it was a much bigger series, but the one in Fukuoka was in the 30s. So going from strength to strength, as we like to say, in terms of turnout and experiences. But of course, the ladies event is a much smaller event because the buy-in is smaller, just to encourage more and more participation. It does feel good, though, to check out those tables. Just watch 4 or 5 tables running with just females on it, battling it out.
Yeah.
And usually we do cover the final table as well, but just depending on their schedule the rest of the series.
I have a confession to make.
Okay.
I once came second in a ladies event.
Oh, no,
Taipei.
Steven. I don't know if you've been keeping up with poker Twitter, but this is way too controversial right now.
I know. That's why I said in a very sincere and quiet voice.
It's okay, you didn't know any better. Times have changed. You can change with them.
Yes, progress. They call it progress. But joking aside, you know, at the time, it was very clear that men could play in the ladies' event. We just had to pay double the buy-in.
And you know what? If that was to happen today, I think the ladies would want that. It's like free dead money. There's no way your edge is good enough against the ladies that play poker today.
Yep. Not for double the amount.
No chance.
And the operator, of course, was happy because I was paying double the rake.
Exactly. These days, very controversial, as you said. Progress. You can only get progress without a you and an I. It's going to have to happen without us.
Whew.
To all of those in chat, once again, thank you so much for hanging around with us, for watching what I think is an incredible high roller final table. For many, many reasons I could enumerate, but hopefully you agree with me without me needing to. We are down to the business end, as they say. The blind levels, by the way, will be climbing quickly. We're now at 80k, 160k, 400,000 in the pot. Dead money up for grabs. One clear short stack. Ashish Manot in the big blind. Checks behind. Middle stack versus middle stack here. Can get interesting.
It was very, very good. Very, very good call from the small blind there with 7-5 suited. Not with this flop though. Well, no, 2 diamonds. It's not too bad.
Oh, lucky.
Dylan hasn't stopped talking. Wow, he dongs into the big blind. By the way, the equity is running perfectly 50-50 right now, despite Ashish having a jack high advantage.
And he finds the jack high call as well.
Four helps nobody.
You let out on the flop, you have a flush draw, board is paired, you're out of position. Now what do you do? Problem is, poker is hard. This heads-up situation, all too common. Very tempting to just give up. Try to realize your equity, hope your opponent doesn't bet. But her opponent is the betting variety. Gets to have all the queens in his range. Many kings. As it happens, he's bluffing with the best hand, but is denying a lot of equity if he's to get this fold. And Win still has 32% to win.
I love this.
Wow. I think she's making sure the 4 of hearts is in the 4 of diamonds. Or perhaps is trying to put on her magical glasses, which turns the hearts into diamonds. Does not work this time around. Lets it go. Ashish Manod. Perhaps his experience showing through. Floats the jack high. Could have been the best hand. Turns it into a bluff and denies a heap ton of equity.
Excellent play by Ashish. So back to that ladies event conversation. So that event, the lady who came third is now become a bit of a Taiwanese poker celebrity.
Who's that?
Her name is Serena Liu, the lady who came third in the influencer event in Taipei.
Very cool.
I remember she was visiting Hong Kong one time, 6 months ago, and then we were out, a bunch of us was going out for dinner, and then she, came to me and said, "Oh, do you remember me?" I was like, "Oh, maybe." And she said, "Well, my first ever event was a ladies event where I came third and you came second." I'm like, "Oh, I still don't remember." But anyway, very pleased to meet you.
What do you know? Maybe you were somewhat responsible for the fire in her belly to improve her performance.
Yeah, this man, this dirty, stinky man could go that far, so can I, right? Yes, it's true. Well, Dylan defending Queen 10 off from the big blind versus Ashish 9-6 suited. Flop comes Jack 4-4.
It's so funny the way things have been going for the past hour or so. The slightest slowdown in the pace of play, or at least in the chips flying about, feels like suddenly there's been a huge lull. In reality, we've just had a few normal hands of poker, certainly on a high roller final table, 5-handed.
Well, because that was half an hour of pure action, right? Remember? There was just too much action.
Yeah, I feel
for
like
about
I've
30 minutes.
had like a adrenaline crash since then.
Well, it is 2 a.m. Hong Kong time, 1 a.m. your time.
Yes, come.
12 hours and counting for this final table. In fact, we're approaching the 13th hour in another 10 minutes. These players have given it their all.
I only started. I joined in the stream a bit later than you, right? I joined at 2 p.m. your time.
Yeah,
so
I think we started an hour and a half before that, which is to say at the same time as the players. And these players, not only did they battle it through to the money, then to the final table, they've put on the best performance towards the end of the day. I mean, how do you even do that? Takes a lot of mental energy.
And a nice pair of glasses.
Yeah, perhaps an inhaler too. Look how far Ann Wins has come. Seem to be really struggling with something in the first few hands. Now
Go, Dylan,
five-handed.
go.
Ah, you naughty boy.
Stack size is so important now, but with that fold, when knock did have to pay the 2 big blind tax. That happens every 5 hands. 9 big blinds and 8 big blinds are the 2 shortest stacks. And Win should be fairly handcuffed, being the middle stack. Needs to wait for them to bust. Next payout, 34,000. 2 more spots. Suddenly you've laddered up to $52,000. Huge amounts. Life-changing score up for grabs, $114,000 for first, but these pay jumps are super meaningful. Let's not forget, 4th place is the billion VND payout. 2 of the Vietnamese locals still in the mix out of the 5 players. they get to be billionaires today, depending on what they do next.
Well, Dylan's picked up a hand again. Ace Queen suited from the button. Puts it all in and gets 2 folds. Taking 2.5 big blinds.
Too easy. Unlike Ashish, Dylan only has the short stacks behind him. Ashish constantly has to worry about the only man who has him covered behind him.
Yes.
Making it look easy right now, Dylan. Table captain. But if you've seen anything today, it's chips flying about, stacks moving from one player to another.
By the way, our YouTube comment section has become a TripAdvisor subsidiary. Everyone is talking about nice beaches in Vietnam.
That's cool. Go ahead. Good information for the rest of us.
Yep.
Ultimately, the series
Hey,
is
hey,
going to
here
be
we go,
in
here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
All in.
Ace
and
10
a call.
versus Ace Queen. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Smacks the table, is ahead.
Yep.
Ngoc Nguyen against An Nguyen. Vietnamese on Vietnamese conflict.
Alright, all in call here by
Calling the
Ngoc
excitement.
Ace 10 against
And Nguyen,
Tibau with Ace
unafraid
Queen.
it seems of getting
Ngoc
sucked
Dai
out
is
on,
covered.
is already
Now let's see the
celebrating.
flop.
Ngoc Nguyen, it is what it is. Uh-oh,
Flop
never easy.
8, 7, 6.
Adds some outs, 4
After
more
the
nines
turn.
now. Will give him the straight to the 10.
30% isn't too bad.
Ouch.
Turn 9.
Ooh, that's a straight.
Ngoc Dai needs
There's the
Jump.
chop.
10
there's
would
the
chop
chops.
it.
oh, river. Alright, Ngoc Dai got straight on the board with 10 high straight and he got a pot and double up.
Need I say anything? And when crushed, stays unlucky, but yet takes it in stride. Ngoc Nguyen manages to pull off the miracle 9 on the turn.
Wow. Doubled up to 3 million in chips. That's good for 18 big blinds, I think.
This FT is really entertainment and energy, although 1 a.m. says Leba Tandat. Don't you dare go anywhere. This is not an FT you can quit on because of time. Stay with us and watch it finish. It is way too entertaining. Who knows what might happen? You want to be able to say, I was here.
Very true. The Russian man was thinking, oh, come on.
Of course, the ladder denied to the rest of
Yes.
the table, particularly the short stack. And now one of the short stacks is one of the middle stacks. And Nguyen still has over 1 million in chips, has been crippled.
All right, let's see what he does on the button. 10-9 off is a fold. It's a BVB situation. And win. Queen
Has
9
to
off.
put it in there. Queen 9 off is
Puts
good
it
enough.
in. Plenty of combos to call.
Ashish is going to be calling this most likely, but he has to consider the ICM implication of reducing his own stack by about 8 big blinds.
Which is a lot.
Indeed it is. Maybe if it was like a king 9, the chips would be in the middle already, but king 4 does not have a lot of equity against much weaker holdings. Even something like a 7-6 would be flipping against it. Queen 9 is basically a flip as well.
Ace 4 goes straight in.
Oh, any ace absolutely would be insta-calling. That's a go.
Wow.
Great result for An Nguyen. Up to 10 bigs now. No longer the shortest stack, or tied for the shortest stack. That dishonors Now, rests solely with Lev. 6 bigs, gets 2 more free hands. Needs to get those chips in the middle sooner rather than later. The 2 big blind tax is coming.
Who is it going to be? It's very confusing now.
It's going to be someone. The blinds are that low that things are going all in one way or the other.
Ace 4 off, UTG open. Fold, fold. Jack 8 on the small blind for Ashish. Yep, good fold. Oh, ace 3 suited. He kind of needed to defend there.
All in, he says.
Oh, he jams.
Great move. Maximum ICM pressure. There's a 5 big blind stack, or soon to be 5 big blind stack, right behind Ock. Ock just managed to suck out his way into still being in this tournament. And Dylan is asking, want to try again? Let's see if the poker gods favor you in this all in.
Beautifully played, Dylan. Well done. I think it's what I often tell people. When you think about calling, you can also think about folding or racing.
Okay.
Okay.
Good fold, good fold.
Okay.
Okay.
Shows the ace. I was wondering if he was going to show the 3 maybe.
100, 200.
Oh, King Jack. Blinds up.
Blinds up, is it?
Indeed they are.
Yes, blinds up indeed.
Oh my. Lev stack is reduced to 5 bigs. And he is counting it very, very carefully. Oof. Ugly. Lev
Not
folds
yet, I guess.
under the gun and risks the hand that he will have to post 2 big blinds for to be the one. And Win makes an ICM suicide jam. Hand is too strong, of course, but could have thought about that for a second.
Wow.
Works out this time.
Okay, well, I totally agree with you because the big blind was Win.
Danger, Kotoshka.
So, you know, he calls so light and there's really no reason to take that risk.
Well, not
when
just
you
that.
see
The big blind was going to be Lev on the very next hand, who's putting in half his stack blind.
Yep.
Perhaps Ace Queen is still a jam, but you might want to take a minute. The excitement is getting to everyone, I think. It's that tension of like the balloon inflating and inflating. Knowing it's going to pop. Somebody needs to be out in 5th place very shortly. Everybody wants that pay ladder, that relief. I'll tell you what, Steven, this does not feel like we're playing for 114,000 US dollars for 1st place.
Not at all. Walk.
That's not a bad thing. A walk? Maybe this is the endless FT. Oh my word. What did I just see?
Whew.
Maybe there is merit for Dylan not making a move. Obviously having a tiny, tiny stack favors the giant stack in terms of putting ICM pressure on all his opponents the way he just did on Win Knock with that ace-3 suited jam. But very, very surprising The card distribution also did favor Lev a lot.
Knock win still. Nope, 9-5 off. Okay, let's have a look. Jamming a king high, suited king. How about miss win? Nope, it's not happy with these. Don't show. Yep, good. Move on. Yeah.
Just like that. 7 bigs. Tied for bottom with Anwen.
Oh,
Gets a walk.
edge of your seat stuff.
Went on
Edge
4
of your
big
seat.
blinds with 2 big blinds all in. 2 big blinds in the pot blind. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is crazy. Somewhere years down the road, I'll be telling stories of commentary of the things I've seen, and people will think I'm exaggerating. I'm already resenting it.
What happened?
You should write down all the timestamps, and then you should just go to YouTube and watch that clip. No lies. Right there.
How much is the balance? Is it have I exceeded it?
Ooh, the watermelon slices.
I was only trolling. I was going to say,
Look,
I could
they
bust
look
now if
very
you want,
nice.
if it's gonna
Queen 9 once again. She shoved this last time. Actually got it through. Ashish woke up with the king and folded. Does it again. This time an ace is going to
let's go.
automatically call, and unlucky for
got your way,
Anwen.
Sheldon Cole.
Not only because
All right.
Ashish woke up with an
All
ace,
bet.
but given everything that's been happening
The
with
head
Lev,
person
With
is a head.
T-Bow,
brutal
on
ICM
deck by
spot.
T-Bow with Queen 9
I'm not in.
all in,
versus
Queen 9,
Ashish
40%
with
though.
Ace 7.
Yeah.
T-Bow is covered. Now let's see the flop.
Did get unlucky with the ace queen, B ace 10. Is this her time? Does flop a straight draw?
Flop, jack,
Add some
8,
outs.
jack. Ashish still ahead after the flop, after the turn.
A 10 would just end the matter. Queen or a 9.
Turn 5.
Heart doesn't
Turn
help
cards,
anyone.
no help for
Heart does
T-Bow.
not help.
Now let's see the river.
One card to determine if she is still in the
And the
running.
river is 3.
Unfortunately for her,
Congratulations,
the 3
Miss
does
T-Bow.
not help her
5th
at
place
all.
of the APT High Roller event.
Absolutely
Well done.
amazing performance by Anwen. Got unlucky right at the end. Lost with the ace queen. Tried her best. Out in 5th place. That's the way the cookie crumbles. But an amazing score for her to be proud of. 800 million Vietnamese dong for the local player. The last lady left on the felts. GG.
Oh, yes, 2-2.
Right, now we have 4.
Poker can be so brutal. Loses the ace queen. After that, Lev does not
How
bust.
about pocket queens?
Something about the way Win raised there. Quietened all of a sudden. Looks like a lot of strength, but Lev with 7 bigs
Pull.
has too strong a hand to consider folding, even though Win has made it 2.5 big blinds at the new blind level. He is certainly committed. This would be an incredible fold. This fold would make no sense. If anything, the raise size is the only factor that might be giving Lev pause. He's lost all his fold equity. Doesn't matter. Goes all in.
Yep.
Win makes a face just in case somebody wakes up with a hand behind. Gives it the old Hollywood. No need. Goes
Right,
back to
off
him.
we go.
Your wishes, all in call.
That balloon
Go.
that I was
Down
talking
to
about,
last 3.
slowly all the air is coming out of it.
The biggest stacks, queens, 2 shorties.
2 shorties. How
And
Australian
all in bet by Lev
does he
versus
get? 2 shorties.
We just lost our 5th place finisher, Anwen. 34,000 USD worth. Very next hand, all in. Queens versus King Jack. A king needed for Lev to survive this.
No help.
No help so far. Perhaps a backdoor straight draw. Nope, not to be a king and a king only. 3 outs to survive. Otherwise, we have the 4th place finisher. And that's it. GG, bro, they say.
bro.
997 million VND. This man is effectively a billionaire in the local Vietnamese currency. Lev Kidotov or Kaidotov from Russia. An incredible performance, incredible score, 42,000 USD. And that's the Australian rail, by the way. Cheering on Dylan.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Indeed. Right, now this becomes interesting. This becomes very interesting.
First off, GG once again to Lev. Walks away with 42,000 USD. And now we're down to 3. 52,000 USD now guaranteed to each of these 3 players. We saw the stacks there for a moment. Winnock has, despite all the eliminations, only managed to double up to about 20 bigs. But not too much difference between them. I believe I saw 20 bigs, 28 bigs, and something in the late 30s maybe.
Okay, now we see some proper poker. Come on. The 3 stacks are pretty even. Big blind antes are coming really fast, so they really need to step up because it's only 3-handed. Wow. Okay, well, let's see how it goes. Queen Jack off, defending the big blind. Yep. Flop comes King 6-6 with a flush draw. Ashish is way ahead.
If this goes check, bet, fold, well, actually Ashish traps, but I was going to say I'm almost not ready for a normal hand of poker. Not yet. It's been too much action.
Now this is it. Win hits his queen.
What a perfectly timed check by Ashish on the flop there. Lets his opponent catch up. Win simply cannot fold on this bet. And I have a feeling Ashish knows exactly where he's at in this hand. What a great river for Ashish. I was already going to say he's probably planning to figure out exactly how much he can extract from the most likely hand, a queen. And all of a sudden, that amount has probably doubled. Queen now makes the queen high full, sixes full of queens, full house. Ashish, of course, with the sixes full of kings. And he can go big here. How's 1.5 million? 1.3 it is.
And it's 1.3. Yep.
On one hand, full house. On the other hand, it's a bluff catcher. And Win decides to bluff catch, is going to get the bad news. When your opponent has a very good sense of what you have and they can play perfectly against you, you're in deep trouble. That hand worked out really well for Ashish with that check on the flop. And with that, Ashish, I believe, might have taken the chip lead. There we see it, 8.3 million. A fair distance between Ashish and Dylan. That was a huge pot and a huge swing to the dynamic on this table. 1.7 million, under 10 bigs for Win.
That was very well played. Ashish was super in control. And of course, he got lucky with the, flopping a king, of course, and got even luckier when Win turned a queen. And the river 6 was just the icing on the cake. Good sizing. Just extracted the most value possible. Win is going to... Yeah, he's going to... Oh, no, he's not. He's just going to raise?
The trap is set.
Whew. Okay. Well, let's see how it goes.
Oh, he's raised and committed himself. Never mind.
Yeah,
It's
basically.
just a funky raise of sort.
Another phantom race.
As it happens, Ashish has about the worst hand he can have against wins holding worthy to get all the chips in the middle. Ashish did
Well,
find
at
a
least
fold.
they're suited. It's more rare. All in the court. Let's go.
We need a king for heads up. King for heads up. If a king comes, heads up.
Now let's see the ball. Well, 8, 3, 10. What plays go ahead after the gun? Turn 6. What plays go ahead and a river. River is loose.
Nope. Your double's up.
Back to 17 bigs.
Sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. But I think I'm still just about enjoying this poker match.
Oh, I'm solidly in favor of enjoying this. I just have a bit of an emotional roller coaster, you know. Every time things slow down a little bit, I just start craving the madness. Every time things get too crazy, I start craving the stability.
85.
Ashish plays very well and also lucky. You will find that a lot of winning poker players have that quality. Playing well and being very lucky. Let's see what else we have in chat. That is a common playing style of Vietnamese players. If you're talking about win knock there, that is amazing. Come to Vietnam to play poker. Wild, wild stuff. Having covered Phu Quoc, I have to say I agree. By the way, considering India is 1.5 hours behind, and it's a Sunday, I refuse to believe any of Ashish's rail has gone to sleep. Let's hear from you in chat. How are we feeling about Ashish's chances? Just lost a small portion of his stack, is tied for a chip lead now with Dylan. Bit of a more standard scenario now. 2 people tied at the top. 1 person with half the chips, still in the mix.
BVB with an ace. Strong hand.
Limps. These two might want to be careful. I know precedent suggests that they will not be, but maximum ICM pressure when there's 1 short stack and the 2 big stacks are tangoing.
Flop comes 5 deuce.
About as favorable as it can get for ace-4 off.
Check, check. Turn is a king.
Ashish very likely thinks he has the best hand. Is probably trying to induce something and also just have pot control, as I said. 2 big stacks, 1 tiny stack left. Gotta be careful.
Ace I guess the check mark. Check again. Yep.
Dylan can take note, even though he's lost that pot. It is a lot of information. Ashish limped the small blind, excuse me, with the ace. Checked a very favorable flop. Checked an okay turn, and then checked the river as well. Free information, in fact, considering the blinds had been posted. Let's move on to the next one.
Well, when you look at Wynn's stack, you know, any all-in that he wins against the other 2 players will
Flips.
make him the chip leader.
That's right. This would flip the story. That's what we talk about when we get down to heads up a lot, that 2-to-1 chip advantage. Get it all in, flip it. Dylan with a must-play hand.
Solid. I like it. Flop comes King 10-7. Dylan flops a open-ended straight draw.
By the way,
But
chat,
Win has a pair.
can you tell it's getting late? And mind you, Stephen Lai has been with us since 2 p.m. straight up. Those are not rookie numbers.
You know, I had a nap for 7 minutes in the afternoon.
Power nap. That's a power move right there.
Indeed.
Pink. Just the nuts.
There you go.
Tries to trap when. Does not work so far. 7 or queen would be disaster. 5 actually completes the spade flush. Trap again.
Wow, Dylan's checking again, huh?
No, not check back. There's like a check. And you win the second. Bet the turn, please. Why you not bet the turn, please? I tried. Unsuccessful trap. Too smart.
Oh, that is not very sincere. Oh well, here we go. So Dylan Foster has the slight chip lead with 7 million in chips. Ashish is 6.8 million. Win is just behind them with about half the
Your
stack.
lucky money. Bird, this is lucky money.
Lucky money.
Oh, wow. Gentlemen. Okay. Get everyone in the whole room. This guy.
In case somebody missed it when I mentioned it at the start of the final table,
You're too good
Wayne
players.
Ngok had a $127,000 US score 45 days ago.
Oh, of course.
Too scary.
Maybe part of the reason he has no fear. Has gotten lucky in spots, particularly the ace-10 versus ace-queen all-in, although that hand arguably played itself. But no fear is quite a gear to have on a final table.
And that hand with ace-10 versus jacks, remember that?
Of course, flopping the nut straight.
Versus bottom set.
Ended up actually leading to the first player to exit this final table, Fedor Dedalov from Russia.
Thanks, mate.
King 10 off, frankly a monster. Three-handed, blind versus blind now. Maintains the limping strategy with the big hands, ace-4 last time, King 10 off this time. Tough to tango out of position, does flop pretty well. Open-ender. Comfortable hand to start firing. You can build the pot in case you hit. Get some resistance from the gut shot. 9 high, float slash chase. Binks it on the turn. Dylan. Running hot. On the one hand, there's 4 to a straight on the board. On the other hand, Dylan's going to be repping a 9 here a lot of the time. Ashish, of course, has a straight draw to the nuts. Still an open-ender. And a pair that could be good a lot of the time. After all, Dylan called with a gut shot. He could have easily had a gut shot. Something like a 10-7. Wow. What a perfect river. Ashish now has the higher end of the straight.
Dear.
The lower straight is on the board. Dylan is playing the board now. And Ashish does not want to check and have a check behind. He wants this to look like he's trying to steal the pot. And given how active Ashish has been, this is a convincing story.
River.
Quick fold there.
Wow, he just snap folded. Wow, very good. Very instinctive fold.
So Ashish has about 45% of the chips in play. Now the chip leader, 7.9 million. But Wing Nok, a thorn on the side of these two players trying to get to heads up. One all in, one double up. And his presence will suddenly be felt on this table.
In my mind, I've read King 9.
Surely Ashish cannot be racing with four deuce suited on the button.
Discipline laid out.
Right. There's a decent hand. King, queen off from the small blind.
Not strong enough to trap.
Wow.
Just gotta get it in.
Decides to jam.
Never die.
Never die with ZI.
Never die.
Never die.
I speed. Never die.
Oh dear. This is a very funny comment. I said Ashish is the chosen one. Who chose him? The dealer.
Okay, okay. A little salty, I get it.
Comment.
It is tough to watch somebody running away with it, getting the right end of the cards, but unfortunately or fortunately, poker cannot be possible without it.
Oh, ace king.
To trap or not to trap? That is the question. 10 bigs. Did raise it up last time with the ace. Got a call from the king 4. Worked out really well for him. How does he want to proceed? Just gets it all in this time. Ashish folds.
No good. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. Oh, I can't win to win trophies and I'm a billionaire. She's coming round the mountain when she comes. Train, train. Whoop, whoop. So creepy.
Tell me you were dancing to that, Stephen. I found myself involuntarily moving a little bit.
Yeah, well, you have more energy than me.
Trying. Using whatever catalyst I can. If it's Dylan singing, so be it.
You'd be so reckless if he opens with Jack 5 suited. Oh, and he does. Woohoo! And a big open 2.5 big blinds. Here we go.
Oops.
Yep. And there's a quick fold. We're done.
Okay, I can appreciate the quick fold. No tanking. No Hollywooding.
Easy. Really? Yes.
Just don't open that big. You know?
It's fucking rad.
Hey, sorry, children.
Little Mr. Roger reference, huh?
I'm never scared, Mum. Always excited.
I'm never scared, Mum. So is his actual biological mother here watching Dylan play?
Oh, how good. That's so good. Yeah, I remember. I knew him before he was a billionaire.
I knew him before he was a billionaire.
It's actually kind of hilarious. Let's not forget, each player at this table guaranteed 1.2 billion Vietnamese dong. Gets the ace to fold.
Wow.
And the queen 6 to call it off. What am I watching? What an outcome. Ashish.
Wow.
Ashish raises. Oh, okay. Ashish is not called yet. Sorry. A little glitch in the graphics. I believe Ashish raised to 400. Ace deuce in the small blind. Folds. And Ngoc Win has had enough of being pushed around. He decides he has just the right amount of fold equity, and mind you, he's correct. 3-bet jams with Queen 6 off. This is again that King 6, Ace 6 situation, except this time Ashish is holding the better hand, but 1.6 million to call, 2.7 in the middle. Ashish needs to do some math. Lets it go. What a move there by Win Ngoc. Pure momentum, pure table dynamics, just taking the spot, getting it through.
Brave, very brave.
My oh my. What is it that we are witnessing here today?
Well, Win is not giving up, is he? He is trying.
9 out of 10 players.
He's setting up that, he's setting up that double up situation however way he can, with or without a hand.
But this is also his live experience showing. I mean, 9 out of 10 players do not find those kind of jams. It's purely a function of counting your chip stack, seeing the spots in which Ashish called, folded, the kind of calculations Ashish makes, and just deciding it really doesn't matter what cards you have. Sure, if you get called, you'll have enough equity. It's no limit holding, maybe 20, 30%. But that fold equity makes up for it. I think it's time for me to start Googling what is a safe amount of caffeine for a 33-year-old male adult to consume in a day.
Consult a doctor.
This table has just not ceased to amaze. And even though we are finally three-handed, I'm not sure how long it takes before we get to heads up.
Yeah,
these guys are in
good,
for a
good,
battle.
good. Raise it up. Good work. Well done, Dylan. Oh, Dylan is now the chip leader.
It's all about who busts when or doubles him up.
But have you noticed Dylan and Win's chip gap is now practically 3-1.
Yeah, great point. Not as much of a threat.
I don't know any Vietnamese. I cannot speak the language, but the tone and the rhythm is very Cantonese-like. It's very comforting. Yeah. Well, thank you for watching. 169 of you on YouTube. Keep the comments coming because it's a great way. It's a great way of keeping us energized and motivated.
Yeah, and how about dropping a like? I mean, come on, look at the entertainment these guys have provided. If not for us, do it for them. Take a few seconds, hit the like button for us. Goes such a long way, you wouldn't believe it. Really helps us get the stream out. Really helps us promote the game of poker.
Ace Queen off from the small blind. Easy 3-bet. Go on, Dylan. So we are on hand number 244. We've come a long way, baby.
Wow. 244 live hands is no joke.
Mm-hmm.
Starting off 8-handed, of course. If I may take a moment to compare the table demeanor of these three players, I don't think I could come up with three different styles that are more on the spectrum than these. Dylan, the most boisterous, talkative.
Ooh. Is he going to trap? Come on. Try trapping. No, he's in the race.
I don't know that Wing Ngok is the player you try trapping. And here's why. The man loves to call. After
So
all,
racing is trapping?
exactly. It's all about the player. Super exploitative. Does Bink the 5. Has a piece. 8 big blinds. 1.3 in the middle. 1.6 behind. 1.2 SPR. Ashish is not worried about the ace here. Once again, he knows he's best. And now with that call, I suspect he knows exactly where he's at with this hand. Oh my word.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure he does? Oh, look at that. Just splashy, splashy.
How do they do it? Turns the trip 5s, and now the trapper becomes the trappee. Flat call.
Oh. How about queen in the river? Come on. No. Oh, full house.
Checks behind. The 9, about the worst card in the deck for Nok, because after all, when I said Ashish knows where he's at, a 5 or a 9 were the most likely candidates. I think Wong could have found the all-in donk on the river there. Just went with the flow. I think Win knows what he's doing.
I tell you what, Win has excellent bot coverage. Excellent bot coverage. Connects with any flop, any turn, or any river.
Yeah, he really is good at that. Ends up very nutted as well when he does. Ashish doesn't let anything show. Certainly not his cards. And not his emotions either.
Okay.
Wing Nok will never know how close he came. Instead, he has a lot more chips to play with. No raise this time.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Interesting.
Thanks, buddy.
That is pretty passive, and he gets outflopped. He could have honestly just jammed and picked up the pot.
Exactly. Check, check. Queen helps no one. Ashish is not betting though. Good.
Ashish ends up with a check mark. Bit of a gift, I have to say, when Ashish needed it a bit.
We have seen this before. About half an hour ago, maybe 40 minutes ago. BVB, they just, you know, Ashish hit something and then Dylan just went, nope, I'm doing the check behind now.
Yeah, I'm also remembering the ace 4 versus queen 4 on the 5 deuce deuce board. And check all the way, but we saw Dylan raise aces, ace-7 off in the small blind, big blind situation. For some reason decided ace-8 suited was going to be some sort of a weird trap. This is poker. You have to hit your opponent when he's down. Ashish had just been crippled by that pot against Win.
Another BVB. Completes the small blind. Oh, King Jack is definitely not a checking behind there.
It's either a jam or a raise for value. Win cuts out raising chips.
Aggressive. Aggressive.
Wow, that's a pretty big race that they got through. That's good.
2 minutes left in the level, by the way. We will be going on break after this. A much deserved one for the players, certainly. What a grind it has been. Have been playing three-handed for at least, I want to say 40 minutes. There's nowhere to hide in three-handed. With a button in every hand or the blinds. Super, super stressful poker. Players can probably reset themselves. Think about their strategy. Maybe it's unwavered.
And I remember you saying last night, that three-handed poker is the most unfamiliar form of poker.
Most likely,
people don't play three-handed that much. Wow.
You never show an ace, you never have an ace. That's the rule.
You never show an ace, you don't have an ace. Wow. Excuse me.
Không, anh cho hàng này một chuối, yên tâm. Đấy.
I don't know what he's saying. It's pretty funny. Oh, okay.
Last hand before the break.
That'd be nice.
Win on the button. 18 bigs. It's quite a lot to work with. Makes the standard open. Ashish has an ace. Win has a mystery hand, by the way. Ashish is going to raise it up. Dylan has insta-released.
Dylan folded king 4 suited. Okay, he's going to raise, or is he going to call?
He's going to call, which
he's
actually
calling,
tells us
okay.
nothing about the strength of his hand. The last time he did this, he had 5-4 off. King, queen, the most likely candidate. There is a 4 on the flop, but what a tricky SPR. 1-1 for the effective stack of win knock. What is Ashish to do here? A small continuation bet would be the standard play. Could just take the spot and get it all in there. Hope his opponent doesn't have a 10 or a 9. That's exactly what he does, and apparently his opponent has something.
Think it's queen 9.
We need ace or a 4 for heads up. Queen 10 versus ace 4.
Queen 10. Okay, oh, he had 10. Wow.
Well, king queen was one of the candidates, but this time queen 10 suited. Flops perfect. And is excited about it, in case you couldn't tell. That's a shot that's going to end up in future APT highlights. The jack for good measure. Ace or a 4 will get us to heads up. If not, Ashish will be the smallest stack. Not to be, and what does double up?
I have a feeling he's the new chip leader.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell somebody.
Yes, you are.
Well, how about that hand right before the break? Unfortunately for the Indians in the chat, Ashish is now crippled down to 11 bigs. A spot that Wing Nok was pretty familiar with, and Wing Nok takes the marginal chip lead, dancing his way into the break. Well, needless to say, none of you can go anywhere. This is about the most exciting poker there is to watch in the world as of right now. My name is Vidar Singhal, and with Stephen Lai, we will be right back after this 12-minute break. Do not go anywhere.
to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Nine of hearts. King, queen is still in the lead.
So it's the king, queen,
Let's see the
that's all
turn
in
card.
race.
Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut
okay.
shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King,
4
queen
needed.
is still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King, queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that
players.
10 is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys. On this table, we have 2 players all in.
Look at the phones out.
Covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And excited.
Seat number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in.
Oh,
They're
that's
both
excited.
covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack
seat 1, Fan, let's see him.
has jabbed
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's
Well, King's in good shape
okay?
for sure.
So he's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's all
seat
in on the
7,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of hearts.
This man is an
Dealer,
inspiration
let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
6
covers.
of spades, Queen of clubs, Deuce of hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc. But the
50%
Cowboys are
of the
riding
time, we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
Kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace either of the
Does he
2
have dice in
remaining
his hand?
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack of spades.
So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated.
Please
And
stay
there we go.
because we have one more all-in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my third all-in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
Another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open-ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open-ender. Needs an ace
All
or
right,
a 9.
top 2 against an open-ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player is the one with
king,
top
Yeah,
2.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with King
to
Jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here, opened under the gun, 8-handed, button 3-bet, he's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
ace-king. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block ace-king when you have ace-king, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with Ace King O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
mean,
the level
think
of
about-
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the Ace King, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a 3-way affair.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards.
Welcome back to the APT High Roller. We are down to 3 players at the final table. In fact, we've been down to 3 players for a while, but the chips have just been flowing back and forth in such a way that who knows how long we'll be here, but the action has been fast, it's been loose, it's been a bit crazy. Most recently, the hand before the break, Ashish Manod got reduced down to under 10 bigs, thanks to the flop top pair of Wing Nok, who has been the thorn in Ashish's side from pretty much the middle of the final table. Ashish this time jams 10 bigs, and Dylan has woken up with the king jack off. He has 25 bigs. He can easily afford to let this one go. He can easily afford to make this call if he thinks he has the best hand. Ashish will be jamming far wider than king jack. We've just come back from the break. Could this be the hand? Actually, he lets it go.
Ooh.
Tight fold. Look at this. Has Win woken up with something? Mystery hands so far. Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
This is close, and as it happens, would have Ashish completely dominated. Wow.
Ooh, I thought he was throwing a chip in.
As did I. First hand back from break. 10 Jack suited, V King Jack, V Queen Jack. All monster hands 3-way, to be honest. All with a jack in them. Good luck, he says, and calls, and is going to get the good news. Has his opponent dominated. First hand back, and we might be about to lose Ashish after what's been a rough ride for the past 20 minutes or so, and the singing begins. Ashish needs a 10 or some clubs. There's a club. Just one so far. Pretty clean
Not
boards.
quite good enough there.
These guys seem like they're working together. A jack changes nothing,
Jack.
really. Some chop outs with the jack. Needs a 10, Ashish, or we lose him in third place.
A 5.
Close, but no cigar. Ashish gives the thumbs up, and the thumbs up to the man who knocked him out. Is disappointed, of course, to be finishing in third place. How about that dancing from the new chip leader, Win Nok? And with that, we have reached heads up. Well, what do I say? Bit awkward to come back from the break, but we have to set up for heads up, put that trophy in the middle, and turns out Win Nok and Dylan will be fighting it out to see who walks away with 114,000. Stay tuned. We will be right back with heads up. Do not go anywhere as we finish out this tournament.
Good luck.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Chen with the 2 overs. Backdoor hearts. You see Tsai going to continue. Chen beats him to the pole. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace-king suited has...
You see Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing that to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Sai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep a take on my clothes?
This could have all been
I said he keep a take on my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. Oh, some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having.
Okay, oh no. Good fold. Yes. Good fold.
No. No. That's a $320 election tactic. What is a play on our tiger? That is insane. Holy shit. None of that. Does that happen right here? He's like he's on the cold with his boys. It's probably
Look at this one. This is a cool one. This is a cool one. It's a cool one, man. That's a cool
And we're back into the action. Heads up for the high roller. Look at that trophy staring, and look at the flop. Dylan has flopped trips. Sorry, as we cut straight to the action in here, we are having a crazy time wrapping this tournament up. As you saw, just one hand into the break, or rather after the break, we did lose our third place finisher. Ashish Manot from India walks away with $52,000, 1.2 billion VND. Each player on the screen right now guaranteed 77,000 US dollars, 1.8 billion VND, and playing for 2.7 billion. That's a 900 billion VND pay jump. Absolutely massive. 114K to the winner. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined as always today by Stephen Lai. Stephen, we are here at the end of this tournament, or am I speaking too quickly? It's a heads up with about even stacks. These guys are capable of anything. Blinds are slightly shallow. Who knows what happens next?
Well, I think exactly the point that they're capable of doing anything. So anything crazy could also happen. Let's see if it does.
The story of the hour and perhaps the tournament has to be Wing Nok, who, by the way, had $127,000 cash 45 days ago. Now looking to cinch up $114,000 prestigious high roller finish here at the APT, the last event of the series that gets you that amazing gold-plated pewter golden lion new era APT trophy that you see before you. That's one you want to put on the mantelpiece.
I thought it's good for a cat protector.
Quite the card protector, correct? Dylan catches a piece once more. Maybe he can make a dent in that chip lead. In fact, if he picks up the spot, he'll basically be even in chips. But look at this. Check and win, starts firing. Has 9 high and some back doors to speak of. Not much else. By the way, Steven, thinking back to that elimination hand, Jack 10 suited on the button, standard jam by Ashish. Dylan actually folded the king jack. And then Wing Nok called off the queen jack. Dylan could have had an overwhelming chip lead here if he managed to find the call. And I wonder if he'll be regretting that at this moment, or perhaps down the road, depending on how things turn out.
Well, I think Dylan has a clear game plan. He's really here to take down the trophy. It's just a matter of when to him.
How about the double barrel with the 9 high? Dylan now facing a bigger bet. Has the 7, low kicker. Might be thinking he has reverse implied odds, but a pair heads up is just so strong, and middle pair even more so. Has to see one more street. Very curious what happens on the river, especially if Win doesn't catch a piece. Indeed, that's what happens. Quick check from Dylan. Wants to evaluate. Can Win find the triple barrel?
You know, it would not surprise me, judging by Win's playing style. But it's definitely a scary bluff on the river. Yep.
All you can eat. Power poker. Chat. Let's hear it. What do you think about this play? He has put effectively the tournament on the line, and it is up to Dylan. If he can find the call here, he will all but lock up this tournament. Have something close to a 7-1 chip lead. Middle pair, weak kicker, king 7 deuce, as dry or locked up as a board can get. 1 barrel on the flop, 2nd on the turn, 3rd on the river. There's no bluffs that Win can represent.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Nice places, Dylan. Little does he know how nice of a play that was. And look at the distance in between these two stacks thanks to that hand. 46 bigs for Win, 21 for Dylan.
Well, I'm starting to worry for Dylan because his stack is getting to that 3-1 mark very quickly. And with Win's aggressive style, perhaps is more suited for a heads-up match.
Freeman 48 in chat says fire. Indeed, that hand was fire. Dylan finds the ace-3 suited on the button. Very strong hand, heads up. Makes the standard open. Fold, jack 4. Nothing burger. Yesterday, while covering the main event final table, Stephen, you and I spoke about that sort of milestone of being sub 20 BBs, especially in the big blind anti-structure we're playing here. That's when you start seeing some all-in or fold strategies being employed. Not yet. Ace-3 suited, open there. Got the fold. Now well above 20 bigs.
Well, probably because Dylan thinks he's got the edge over Win post-flop. Right, it doesn't need to put it in pre.
Well, if the last hand with the triple barrel is any indication, I'm not so sure how I would feel about that opinion.
Well, we'll find out later, wouldn't he?
A limp from
Here's
Win.
another domination. Queen 7 versus 7-4.
Take your time, Dylan. Get comfortable.
Turns a juice.
Queen high, very likely the best hand still. Limp on the button. Check, check so far. Tricky card on the river in case Win decides to bluff at it. He has 7 high. You should think about bluffing at it.
Nope.
Just gives it up.
Showing down. But I must admit, the momentum is on Win's side these days, right? You know, he's just completely shifted towards a Vietnamese player. He seems very comfortable, very confident. Whereas Dylan couldn't even find a sitting position that he's comfortable in.
We already had a Vietnamese main event winner yesterday. Dinh Duc Linh walking away with the trophy and the title and the glory for his home country in the capital city of Hanoi. Can Win repeat the local sensation?
Ace. That's an ace. Dylan has an ace. Money could go in. Money could go in.
23 bigs. That's a lot of big blinds. But when you limp, if Win decides to 3-bet this, or rather punish the limp, Dylan might consider coming over the top with the ace. Win has raised. Could be a nice little pickup here for Dylan. A huge raise, 1.1 million. 4.3x.
20% of Dylan's stack. Wow, he's jamming.
Insta call with the King 10. Win has decided to just go for it. And this spot is 12 million chips. If Dylan can hold here, he will now have an overwhelming chip lead.
We have ace deuce against
Or Win could be the champion.
Oh, baby!
This could be $37,000 in the pot. Ace high flop.
We gotta fade a king or a
Dylan in
Fade a king or a 10,
excellent
baby.
shape to take a massive chip lead in this tournament.
All right. Oh,
Wow, the 4 of hearts brings the flush draw. Never easy. 14 outs and the dance begins. You love to see it.
Everyone's dancing.
7 of diamonds! 7 of diamonds!
Dylan calling for cards as his win. It is a heart.
It's a heart.
It's over. Dylan gives the high five and the dance begins. Good on Dylan. Good sportsmanship. You love to see it. You love to see it. And we have a champion of the high roller. What an incredible showing. Nok Dai Win is our champion. And there you see it. Steven, what an incredible day and night of poker it has been. One of the craziest high roller final tables I have seen in a long, long time. Most of all, perhaps, due to the character, and I do mean character you see in front of you, showing a lot of poker skills, a lot of dancing skills, and a whole lot of personality. GG, sir, walking away with $114,000.
Congratulations.
I cannot believe
hero here.
that this is how we end the series. I am just so stimulated right now. Honestly, I'm so wired by the kind of poker we've seen, the adrenaline rush of seeing the chips flying about, but also two local heroes, the main event champion and the high roller champion. Good on the local contingent, have created some poker heroes. This will be a series to remember for the Vietnamese players.
Well, I tell you what, I received many messages saying they are going to the next Vietnam series for sure because
That's
they
right.
are loving the fun. You know, it's
July
amazing
21st.
fun.
They will see us in Da Nang. And by the way, if you were not satisfied with the dancing skills of Win so far, we will be cutting, of course, to the presentation ceremony. As we cut away from the booth here, let me just take a moment to thank you, Stephen, my partner in crime here in the commentary booth, as well as the great production team and the operations staff and the floor staff who put together this amazing series. As Steven just mentioned, we are going to Da Nang next for the summer series, July 21st. What a beautiful city that is to play poker. Make sure you join us there. As we cut to the end of this series, the end of our coverage, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, of course, hit like on the stream if you're still around. Thank you so much for joining us, and make sure you stick around not only for the presentation ceremony and perhaps some dancing from the champion of the high roller, but also for some highlights from the day. We will see you shortly. Bye-bye from here.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. 同唔同我？去食嘢 Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
Me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, at the old time before the ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能有9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧，咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁樣，呢個希望可以加翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦，咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽。同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy-in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng. Và đây là sự kiện có mức buy-in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room, so it'd be nice to just blend in once,
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21 years old.
希望能看全牌 Change card airline. See other people's whole cards and stuff.
To see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
X-ray vision, yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble.
Congratulations on winning the High Roller at APT Hanoi! Mr. Dick, anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Cảm ơn tất cả những người bạn của tôi dành cả buổi tối hôm nay để cổ vũ tôi đi đến chiến thắng của ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều.
Well said, well said. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to our series here at APT Hanoi. To check us out in future events, go to apt.poker for more information. Until then, Mr. Dick and I are going to go celebrate and we'll throw it back to the commentary booth. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Very good, Mr. Dick. Very good.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.